Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. Here's a look into the House of Delegates chamber up for debate and passage in the House today. Senate Bill 7, establishing wrongful conduct rule prohibiting recovery of damages in certain circumstances. Senate Bill 387, shared animal ownership agreements to consume raw milk. House Bill 2795, providing that when a party's health condition is at issue in a civil action, medical records and releases for medical information may be requested and required without court order. House Bill 4001, relating to candidates or candidate committees for legislative office, disclosing contributions. House Bill 4360, increasing the criminal penalty for the unlawful practice of law. House Bill 4383, making individuals responsible for costs relating to the filing of excessive false complaints. A false complaint means a complaint received by an agency or department of the state by an individual that after it has been investigated and concluded is found to be frivolous, without merit, or made in bad faith. House Bill 4388, designating certain hospitals as stroke centers. House Bill 4470, expanding newborn testing to include a type of hereditary condition that damages the membrane that insulates nerve cells of the brain. House Bill 4489, relating generally to human trafficking, eliminating existing criminal offenses and penalties for human trafficking. The bill creates felony offenses and penalties for trafficking an individual. And House Bill 4606, relating to the recusal of public officials from voting for appropriation of monies to nonprofit entities. Those are the bills up for debate and passage on the House floor today. And the Senate will soon activate its floor cameras. Coming up for debate and passage on the Senate floor today, Senate Bill 420, increasing the tax rate on cigarette and tobacco products, increasing the rate on cigarettes and tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, to $1.55 per pack, dedicating $1 million to tobacco cessation programs, dedicating a portion of proceeds to the Public Employees Insurance Agency. Senate Bill 485 is up for passage, establishing regional recreation authorities in areas to create a new system for 3 or more continuous counties to create a regional recreation authority for off-highway vehicle trail riding and for other recreational purposes, patterned after the Hatfield-McCoy Trail in southern West Virginia. Also up for debate and passage on third reading in the Senate, Senate Bill 508, relating to civil claims for private nuisance, to establish the standards applicable to the common law claim for private nuisance. The bill lists elements and establishes requirements, including the requirement that physical property damage or bodily injury exist before a person can seek damages for a private nuisance. Also up for debate and passage, Senate Bill 565, allowing well pad and road construction for oil and gas activities. And Senate Bill 591, relating to voter registration list maintenance and combined voter registration and driver licensing fund. Those are the bills up for passage in the Senate today. We will be starting in the House of Delegates today if it gavels in first, but we would like to take you to the Senate once they begin debate on Senate Bill 420, the tobacco tax rate bill.
All right.
Just do it 3 times.
All right. Go for it. Yeah. Good job. Good job. Thank you. House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer today by Pastor Michael Long. He is the guest of the lady from the 31st District, Delegate Irvine, and then Pastor and Mrs. Long will sing right after the prayer.
Shall we pray, please? Our loving Heavenly Father, as we come once again to the throne of grace, we come as humble as we know how to pray. Father, I thank you for this opportunity and to come here today and to offer prayer. I begin by acknowledging you as your sovereignty, your love, your mercy, and your grace. Father, as we come today to pray, I read thy word this morning where you taught us, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, that you would forgive our sin and heal our land. And Father, today I do pray for these delegates. I pray, Father, that you would bless them as they gather here from all across the great state of West Virginia. These men and women have devoted their time, their effort, their intellect for the betterment of our great state. And our Heavenly Father, I do pray that you would bless them and guide them and help them in decisions that will be made that not only will affect the men and women in this room, but the men and women of our great state. So, Father, we pray now, and we do understand that no people will ever be greater than their faith. And I pray today that you would bless us now and bless the efforts of these men and women. And Father, we do ask this prayer in the only name that we can pray through, and that's through the name of our only begotten Son of God and our darling Savior, Jesus. For it's in his name that we pray. Amen. All right. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. If you know the last verse, sing with us. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. May God bless you. Thank you.
Members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the lady from the 31st Delegate Arbonne.
I'd ask everyone in the galleries and on the House floor to please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Monday, February 22nd, 2016.
Chair recognizes the gentleman for the 15th, Delegate Foster.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
Gentleman 15th asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and to be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal will be approved as having been read. Introduction of guests. I would like to introduce my guests here with me on the podium today. Today we have Isaac Liu, who is the YLA House Speaker, and Zane Lewis, who is the YLA Senate President. They are both students at Capitol High School. Isaac is a 2016 finalist for the National Merit Scholarship Program, and Zane is the son of Fred Lewis, who is a longtime employee of the House Finance Committee. I would ask the House make them welcome, and they're going to help me pick who gets to introduce their guests next. So, thank you.
The Senate is in session, so we're going to take you over to the Senate chamber as they take up routine business, and then on third reading is the tobacco tax bill. Let's go to the State Senate.
Objection. Chair hears none. Further reading of the journal is dispensed with. Journal is approved. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest of the junior senator from the 8th, Patricia Hicks, Kaylin Petrie, and Brianna Fleming. As guest of the senator from Upshur, Mackenzie Kitzmiller. As guest of the senator from Boone, Hunter Kreger, Bailey Nide, and Delaney Maynor. As guest of the senator from Roane, A.J. Connie and Jacob Connie. As guest of the senator from Harrison, Pepper McCormick, Matt Shelton, and Taylin Varney. And as guest of the senator from Pleasance, Andrew Larson. Let's give our pages a round of applause. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure and yours to introduce our doctor for the day, Dr. Anthony Toperius of Charleston, West Virginia. He's in the rear of our chamber. If he would stand, the Senate make him welcome.
Further introductions. Senator from Roane.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor to introduce Leisha Connie, a mother of our Paige. Would she stand? She's in the center gallery, and the Senate make her welcome.
Senator from Pleasance.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have in the rear gallery the father of one of the pages, Andrew Larson. Would you please make his father, Jim Larson, welcome?
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of myself and the junior senator from the 8th, we have a group of students visiting us today from George Washington Elementary School. The students are 11 years old. They're in the North Gallery. Their names are Chloe Hell, Kaylee Miles, Riley Moore, Blake Williams, Lily Herdman, and Cameron Carnes. They're accompanied by their parents today. If you all would please stand and the Senate make them welcome.
Junior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seated in the North Gallery is our constituent from Mercer County, Miss Jennifer Farmer. She is a public health professional and also daughter of former Delegate Tom Farmer. Jennifer, please stand and Senate make her welcome.
Senator from Boone.
Mr. President, on behalf of the Senator from Logan, we're very pleased to have the chaperones of our pages from Van Junior and Senior High School, Linda Nide, if she would stand and the Senate make her welcome.
Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to recognize on behalf of myself and Junior Senator from the 11th, the father of our page, Mackenzie Kitzmiller. Jason Kitzmiller is up in the rear gallery. If the Senate could please make him welcome.
The Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize today the grandmother of Brianna, our page, our own Tina Burrs, who's in the North Gallery. Make her welcome.
Senior Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Morgan and myself, we have three people from our health departments. The first one is Stephanie Shoemaker. She's an administrator from Hampshire County. And then Andrew Root from Mineral County. And then my good friend Bill Kearns from Berkeley County, who also does Morgan County work as well. But wherever they're at, please stand and make them welcome.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senior senator from Braxton, it's my pleasure and yours to once again welcome Leslie Go, a public school teacher who's accompanied three of our wonderful pages today. Kelly, will you please stand up and be recognized? I'd also like to take a second, Mr. President, to welcome all the students from Harrison, Lewis, Braxton, Clay, and Gilmer today who are visiting us for Students in Government Day. My nephew and brother are among them somewhere up here, but if everybody will give them a nice round of applause, there's nothing more important than instilling in students the ideals of public service and helping their community.
Further introductions? Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 146, establishing instruction standards for early childhood education.
Message to be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate amend House amendments to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 146. The House made a House of Delegates amendment gives parents more flexibility in withdrawing a child from an early childhood education program by removing the condition that the child be removed only, quote, for good cause. The amendment does add the requirement that the notification of withdrawal be in writing. The amendment to the House of Delegates amendment addresses a conflict with Senate Bill 369, which relates to legislative education reporting requirements, and amends the title. Happy to answer questions, but I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there discussion? Senator from Wayne.
Senator Yield.
Senator Yield. Senator Yields.
As it relates to this, since kindergarten is voluntary, you think that the amendment and the changes that have been made in the House still recognizes it as a voluntary program? I mean, this is not mandatory. We've never made pre-K mandatory.
Yes, great question, Senator. The enrollment is voluntary. The program is voluntary. Upon enrollment, it becomes mandatory for the reporting requirements.
Okay, and you know, this state is recognized. Everybody in this body talks about how bad we are, but we're really good in this area, and we have been good because we made a commitment. And you know, we wanted 80% participation in this, and actually it's been above that on a voluntary basis. And we're recognized in the top 5 in the country in this. In introducing this bill, I don't feel like we're going backwards. We're helping rural areas be able to abide by the law that was passed before with some flexibility. This amendment really doesn't take away from that in your estimation.
It's correct, and there's great points that you've made, and we're very proud of the record that West Virginia has in this area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question is on the adoption of the amendments offered by the Senator from Preston and the Senator from Jackson. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the amendments adopted. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the House amendments as amended.
Senator from Jackson moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to engross committee substitute for Senate Bill 146 as amended. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question now is on passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those elected having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2016, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from July 1, 2016, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from July 1, 2016. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of engrossed House Bill 2605, removing the limitation on actions against the perpetrator of sexual assault or sexual abuse upon a minor.
Message to be received. The bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed House Bill 4152, making a supplementary appropriation to the Division of Environmental Protection, Protect Our Water Fund.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to Committee on Finance.
Engrossed House Bill 4155, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Health, West Virginia Birth to 3 Fund, and the Department of Health and Human Resources, Division of Human Services, Medical Services Trust Fund.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Engrossed House Bill 4157, supplementing, amending, increasing items of the existing appropriations from the State Road Fund to the Department of Transportation, Division of Highways.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Engrossed House Bill 4160, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Revenue Tax Division.
Message will be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4197, allowing required HIV and hepatitis testing for the protection of law enforcement officers who may have been exposed.
Message will be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4265, relating to payment by the West Virginia Municipal Bond Commission or State Sinking Fund Commission or the governing bond body issuing the bonds.
Message to be received. Bill and the bill be referred to the Committee on Banking and Insurance and then to the Committee on Finance.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4310, relating to the West Virginia University Institute of Technology.
Message will be received. Bill be referred to Committee on Education.
Engrossed House Bill 4316, relating to reimbursement of certification fee for National Board for Professional Teaching Standards Certification.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to Committee on Education.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4319, including in the definition of veteran active members of the Guard and Reserve in order to exempt them from fees charged by the Secretary of State.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4322, expanding the Learn and Earn program.
Message will be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Education.
Engrossed House Bill 4340, amending licensing requirements for an act which may be called Lynette's Law.
Message will be received, and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4366, finding and declaring certain claims against the state and its agencies to be moral obligations of the state.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4445 relating to the adoption of instructional educational resources.
Message be received, bill be referred to Committee on Education.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4540 removing prohibition of disposal of certain electronics in landfills.
Message be received, bill be referred to Committee on Government Organization.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4604 relating to violations of the Ethics Act.
Message be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4605 prohibiting contracting with a state agency unless business entity submits disclosure of interested parties.
Message be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Engrossed House Bill 4618 relating to limitations on use of a public official's name or likeness.
Message be received, bill be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 106, waiver of warranty on sale of used manufactured home under certain circumstances, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development has had under consideration Senate Bill 399, establishing personal and corporate income tax credits for farmers donating edible agricultural products, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Robert Carnes, Chair.
Report will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration Senate Bill 525 relating to West Virginia Insurance Guarantee Association Act, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, C. Edward Gaunch, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 538 relating to salaries of appointed officers fixed by governor, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Mike Hall, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 593 clarifying disqualification from unemployment benefits, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration Senate Bill 613 defining total capital for purposes of calculating state chartered banks lending limit, and engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2511 Healthcare Sharing Ministries Freedom to Share Act, and reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass. Respectfully submitted, C. Edward Gaunch, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 616 defining professional firefighter for purposes of workers' compensation, disability, and death benefits, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. The bill be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration an engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4146, providing insurance cover abuse deterrent opioid analgesic drugs, and has amended same, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources. Respectfully submitted, C. Edward Gaunch, Chair.
Report will be received under the bill's original double committee reference. The bill be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 45 by Senators Unger, Snyder, Stallings, Plymel, Williams, Prezioso, Trump, Blair, and Miller, recognizing leadership Jefferson.
The senior senator from the 16th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Senior senator from the 16th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 45, recognizing Leadership Jefferson for its service, dedication, and commitment to Jefferson County.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. Today we bring you the Senate floor session live. We are recording the House floor session, and we'll bring you that once the Senate floor session has concluded. A review of what's up for passage in the Senate today. Senate Bill 420, increasing the tax rate on cigarette and tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, to $1.55 per pack. Senate Bill 485, establishing regional recreation authorities and areas. Senate Bill 508, relating to civil claims for private nuisance. Senate Bill 565, allowing well pad and road construction for oil and gas activities. And Senate Bill 591, relating to voter registration list maintenance and combined voter registration and driver licensing fund. Among the bills on second reading, the debate stage on the floor of the Senate, Senate Bill 252, amending Wiretapping and Electronic Surveillance Act, excluding from protection oral communications. Senate Bill 274, relating to increasing civil jurisdictional amount in magistrate courts. Senate Bill 291, law enforcement use of unmanned aircraft systems. Senate Bill 376, up for on second reading, at the amendment stage in the Senate. Senate Bill 376, expanding authority of Secretary of State and the state police regarding fingerprinting for investigator and security guard licenses. Also on second reading in the Senate today, Senate Bill 416, allowing terminally ill patients access to investigational products, to have access to those products, those medications that are used by those who participate in clinical trials. Senate Bill 438, requiring the DHHR to be present at judicial proceedings. Also on the Senate second reading, Senate Bill 474, exempting DEP construction and reclamation contracts from review and approval.
Senate will come to order. The clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 46 by Senator Cole, Mr. President, Maynard, Stallings, Plymel, and Miller, designating February 23, 2016 as Mercer County Day.
The junior senator from the 6th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Junior senator from the 6th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 46, designating February 23, 2016 as Mercer County Day.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm very pleased, along with you, to represent Mercer County. It's very unique. Through studying, I found out it has marine West Coast climate, which is, I believe, the only place on the eastern side of the United States that has that type of climate. And it's beautiful land, and I'm very pleased to represent it. It works out well with you being on one end of the district and me on the other. And I'm just very pleased to have them here today, and please be welcome.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor for me today to welcome Mercer County too. I have the distinct honor or pleasure or whatever. They got rid of me. I represented 2/3 of them in redistricting. They redistricted me out, but that was okay too. A great place to live, a great place to work. I have a lot of friends there, and I enjoy going back and visiting Mercer County. Even after they got rid of me, I kept going back. But it was a great county to be from. So, Mr. President, you have to be proud of your county. Senator, proud of your county. We're proud of them also.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution.
The Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
And as the Senate lines up to have its picture taken with citizens from Mercer County on Mercer County Day at the Legislature, again, a review of those bills that are on second reading today before the Senate. Senate Bill 416, allowing terminally ill patients access to investigational products. To allow terminally ill patients that have not been approved by the Federal Drug and Food Administration that other patients have access to when they participate in clinical trials. Senate Bill 438, requiring the DHHR be present at judicial proceedings to require that a representative of the Department of Health and Human Resources be in attendance at any judicial proceeding in which a mental hygiene commissioner, magistrate court, and/or circuit court may commit an individual to the care and custody of the department for purposes of psychiatric evaluation and/or treatment. Senate Bill 575, requiring leases for state office space provide landlord or owner be responsible for cleaning and janitorial services. Also at the second reading stage, Senate Bill 592, relating to pipeline safety, to change the method used to calculate the amount of special license fees paid by pipeline companies to the Public Service Commission, both to make the amount of the annual fee easier for pipeline companies to determine, and to reflect the growth in pipeline mileage within the state that will be subject to the safety standards and practices of the West Virginia Gas Pipeline Safety Act. Among the bills on first reading, just making its way through the legislative process in the Senate, House Bill 3019, requiring official business and records of the state and its political subdivisions be conducted in English. Also on first reading Senate Bill 476 relating to driving restrictions in school zones to authorize county boards of education to expand school zones to roads adjacent to school property. Those are on first reading in the Senate today, just barely making their way onto the floor and through the process. Back to the Senate.
Senate will come to order. The clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 47 by Senators Stallings, Plymel, Unger, Williams, and Prezioso designating March 7th through the 13th, 2016 as Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week.
Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Senator from Boone requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 47 designating March 7th through 13th, 2016 as Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Senator from Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Multiple sclerosis, of course, is a neurological disease of the central nervous system that affects 2.3 million people worldwide and 12,000 here in West Virginia. And it impacts people in the prime of their life between the ages of 20 and 50 with unpredictable effects and severities. And the National Multiple Sclerosis Society has focused research and attention to this disease and over $920 million in groundbreaking research, hopefully coming up with a cure soon. Mr. President, I urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
You are watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. Today we bring you the Senate floor session live. We are recording the House floor session, and we'll bring you that once the Senate floor session has concluded today.
Senate will come to order. The clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 48 by Senators Gaunt, Stallings, Plymel, Laird, Unger, and Miller, recognizing Sylvia Schaefer for her tireless efforts in advocating for human treatment of animals.
The junior senator from the 8th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Junior senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 48, recognizing Sylvia Schaefer for her tireless efforts in advocating for the humane treatment of animals.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Junior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm honored today to honor Mrs. Schaefer. She's dedicated 35 years of volunteerism to West Virginia's animals, lobbying for humane legislation. National listings recognize West Virginia in the top 5 for the most humane laws, largely because of Mrs. Schaefer's efforts. Mrs. Schaefer is responsible in large part for the current animal cruelty section of the West Virginia State Code, securing the mandatory spay, neutering of adopted shelter pets, cross-reporting for domestic and animal abuse, the commercial breeders law, banning gas chambers, the prohibition of research labs, removing animals from the shelters for experimental lab and testing purposes, and the establishment of the state's Spay Neuter Assistance Fund. Mrs. Schaefer served as the director of the Kanawha-Charleston Animal Shelter for 12 years, as a board member of the Kanawha-Charleston Humane Association until recently. She's been a steady advocate within the legislature. She's outlasted many elected representatives and has brought change for animals in the state through her tireless efforts over the past 3 decades. It's my honor to recommend passage.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to stand up again, but I have to tell you, Sylvia Schaefer is a person who works harder than any of us put together. When I was first elected to the Senate, she came by to see me to visit, and after I got to be chair of agriculture, I couldn't have moved my office anywhere in the building. She would have found me because she had issues she wanted to work with. She is a tremendous tremendous worker in her cause, but she's a great representative of people throughout this state in what she does. So I think it's a great honor today to honor not only a wonderful West Virginian, but I consider her my friend. We lots of times have discussions, and I will tell you, she doesn't always agree with you, and you know it when she doesn't agree with you, but that's okay. She still remains my friend, and I appreciate today the opportunity to recognize Sylvia Schaefer in our body.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution. Senate will come to order. Clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 49 by Senators Walters, Gotch, Palumbo, Tacubo, Stallings, Plymel, Unger, and Prezioso, designating February 23, 2016 as West Virginia State University Day.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference being dispensed with, and the resolution being put upon its adoption.
Senior Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 49 designating February 23, 2016 as West Virginia State University Day.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a great honor for me today to recognize my alma mater, to tell you it was the fall of 1964 when I walked on that campus, and it changed my life forever. I'm so proud of my relationship with West Virginia State University, and I'm honored today to urge passage of this resolution.
The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of the resolution. West Virginia State University has been a fantastic asset to the 8th Senatorial District, for Kanawha County, and for West Virginia as a whole. This research institution has done so much for our state. Let's talk about a little bit of the history of West Virginia State University, Mr. President. They were the first of 6 historically black colleges to establish an aviation program that contributed to the Tuskegee Airmen serving our country. Mr. President, their ROTC program with the Yellow Jackets have produced over 900 officers to go into the United States military. This institution is full of great roots. As a matter of fact, the first NBA basketball player, first African-American NBA basketball player, Earl Lloyd, played for West Virginia State University. They have produced countless of successful individuals all throughout our state, even one among us here today that I'm proud to serve with. We can see business leaders, individuals all across our communities who are standing up, moving West Virginia forward, and their education began at West Virginia State University. I'm proud to stand here to represent them. Please join us in honoring them with this resolution. I urge adoption. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to rise briefly in support of this resolution and also just say it's a little bit of sadness that this will be the last West Virginia State Day of our great president, Hemphill, who's done a fantastic job at West Virginia State over the last, I think, about 3 years. He's moving on to 4 years. Sorry. Time flies, Mr. President. He's moving on to Radford University this summer, I believe, and he's done just a tremendous job leading West Virginia State over the last 4 years, and he will be truly sorely missed. So anyway, I just wanted to make those quick remarks in support of this resolution.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
A resolution honoring West Virginia State University. This is the final resolution on the floor. Next up, bills on third reading. The first bill up, the tobacco tax.
Senate will come to order. Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Clerk has a House message.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 88, extending the Committee of Conference relating to consideration of committee substitute for House Bill 2800, adding law enforcement officers' contact information and names of family members to the list of exemptions from public records requests.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 10, urging Congress call convention to amend Constitution of United States.
Questions on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Concurrent Resolution 10, reported from the Senate Judiciary Committee, is a call for Congress to call a convention of states for the purposes of proposing amendments to the Constitution of the United States as expressed in the resolution. Article 5 of the United States Constitution provides the procedure by which the Constitution may be amended. And it says, the Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution. That's occurred 27 times in the history of our nation. Many more amendments than that have been proposed, but amendments have been ratified 27 times. Or, Article 5 says, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which in either case shall be valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states. So under the Article 5 process, what has to happen is 2/3 of the state have to make the request for Congress to call a convention. That number is 34. 34 is the number that gets you to the 2/3 threshold. And then once a convention occurs, any amendments to the Constitution proposed by such a convention would have to go through the ratification process, which is 3/4 of the states. So 3/4 of the states, or that number is 38, would have to ratify an amendment. Members will recall we sent such a resolution last year from the House to the Senate dealing with balanced federal budget. And I don't know if the House acted upon it at all, but they did not pass it. So I don't know whether it got scheduled up for debate or discussion in committee or on the floor of the House, but they did not pass the concurrent resolution we sent to them last year. This one is a little broader than that, and it calls for a convention, calls for Congress to call for a convention to propose amendments relating to fiscal restraints on the federal government. So in that regard, it's similar to the one that was passed by the Senate last year. To limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government and limit the terms of office for its officials and for members of Congress. So this resolution would call for a convention for that purpose. I'm told that there are so far 5 other states which have passed such a resolution. So if we were to do it, West Virginia would be, I believe, the 6th of the 34 required. Tennessee is apparently the last state that did that, and did it just earlier this month. So, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer questions. Otherwise, urge adoption of the resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Logan.
Mr. President, I respectfully rise in opposition to SCR 10. We had a tremendous debate in Judiciary the other day, and I just wanted to reaffirm to this body some of the comments that I made because they're from the heart. It's the way I feel. I made the comment that America is the best and is the model for the world. The world. Everybody in the entire world in some facet wants to be in America. They want to be here so bad that we're talking about building walls to keep them out. So evidently they're wanting to be here. So how bad are we? We have economic times and struggles, there's no doubt. But the Constitution was given, and I said the other day too, you know, challenging our Constitution of the United States and trying to tell Congress that you need to do it this way or that way is almost like trying to dissect the Holy Bible. It was created by the best. Now, do I agree that we got problems? Absolutely. But the people sitting up here and over here have the ability to send people to Congress to make the rules and regulations, and they are defined by election every 2 years. We've had administrative changes, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican. We still have problems. But look at the rest of the world. Everybody sitting in the balcony up here is in the top 5% of the most richest people in the world. So how bad can we be? In other countries, you walk out and you send your kids down the road, you're not sure that they're going to come back home for dinner. But the basic point of this SCR 10 that I have a problem with, should the counties, and again, I was told by one of my colleagues, and he was accurate, that we'd have to change the state constitution. But should the counties be allowed to come up and challenge us? Right now they are. We got PEIA problems. They're challenging us on how to backfill the budget. We continue to be in a deficit as far as incoming and outgoing revenue for the last 3 or 4 years. But should all the presidents of the county commissions or municipalities be able to have a meeting and come up here and dictate to us how we do our business? If you do it on top, why wouldn't you do it on the bottom? So if we was going to put a resolution like we did a couple years ago and we challenged the EPA, asking them to put West Virginia in the Atlanta region, not the Philadelphia region, I signed on to it. We're in the wrong region. There is things you can fix to make this country better, this area better. But to challenge the Constitution of the United States and trying to rearrange the functionality of it without expressing 1 or 2 particular reasons and leaving it wide open, I think is totally dangerous. So with that, I urge rejection of SCR 10.
Is there further discussion? The Senator from Montague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise simply because I want my name on record as opposing this piece of legislation. And as I did in committee, I will share with you why I oppose this piece of legislation by directing your attention to page 2, line 17 of this resolution, which says, further resolved, the state of West Virginia hereby applies to Congress under the provisions of Article 5 of the Constitution of the United States for the calling of a convention of states limited to proposing amendments to the constitutions that impose fiscal restraints, proposes and limits, on the federal government, limits the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the term limits of office for officials and members of Congress, and absolutely no other business will be authorized. Well, that's not true, because the language where it says limiting the power and jurisdiction of the federal government is wide open. And as I said in committee, I'm not an English major, but I did go to school and I did go to college. And I do know that that language, written as it is, leaves things wide open for interpretation of those members who are selected to participate in this Article 5 convention. Now, as students, we learned that in our political science classes that the Constitution is sometimes referred as a living and breathing document. Well, that may be true to some degree, but I believe it's more an elastic type of document where it adjusts itself periodically with the changes within our country as time goes on through the course of our history. So again, folks, I would strongly urge you to think about what you're doing here today. Yes, right now it's only 5, but it could very well pick up steam and be 10 by 2 years from now. The bill also doesn't limit how long we leave this out there. So we could all also be long gone and dead and not happy with what's going on, and they call a constitutional convention and begin changing things from there on. We don't want to be our own enemy. And that's what this piece of legislation potentially does. And I would strongly urge you to oppose this resolution.
Further discussion. Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in opposition to the resolution for a couple of reasons. One is, as indicated by the senator from Morgan, this one is even broader and more open-ended than the one that we considered and debated last year on this floor. You know, there are two ways to amend our Constitution. The first method is the one that our country has always used, where Congress proposes amendments to the states for ratification. That method has been tried and true numerous times. All the amendments to the Constitution were adopted in that fashion. This method has never been tried, and for good reason, because we don't know where it will go, because there are no constraints. And as we watch what happens in this body, and as we watch what happens particularly over in Washington, D.C., I'm just not convinced that there's any Thomas Jeffersons or Alexander Hamiltons or Benjamin Franklins over in D.C. that I would trust to open up our Constitution and perhaps rip it in two. Under the way this is written so broadly, as indicated by the senator from Monongalia. They can call the convention, propose amendments, put physical restraints on government, limit the power or jurisdiction of the government, and say they can't do anything, and effectively neuter it. There's reasons that's never been done before in the 200-plus years our country's been in existence, and that's because it is a dangerous precedent. And I don't profess to be a constitutional scholar, but scholars from both ends of the aisle have been against it. I put on your desk yesterday, we just recently laid to rest Justice Scalia on Saturday, who was considered a very conservative, strict constructionist of the Constitution. And I highlighted on page 2 of the article addressing why Article 5 conventions are wrong ideas for the wrong time. And it said, quoted, when they were talking about whether or not a constitutional convention was a good idea, I highlighted, hence Justice Anton Scalia's brusque dismissal. I certainly would not want a constitutional convention. Whoa! Who knows what would come of it? Similarly, Justice Berger has come out as well against such a convention. As early as June 22nd, 1988, where he wrote a letter to Phyllis Schlafly, again indicated, I have also repeatedly given my opinion that there's no effective way to limit or muzzle the actions of a constitutional convention. The convention could make its own rules and set its own agenda. Congress may try to limit the convention to one amendment or one issue, but there is no way to assure that the convention would obey. After a convention is convened, it will be too late to stop the convention, and if we don't like the agenda. Again, we should, he indicated, by celebrating the Constitution in its long life, not by challenging its very existence. Whatever may need repair in our Constitution can be dealt with by specific amendments. That's the route to take. You want a balanced budget amendment, propose one, Congress, and put it to the vote of the people. Don't just say, bring us all together, let us do whatever we want, tear it up if necessary, and who knows, it could destroy the rule of law that has served us well for over 200 years. For that reason, Mr. President, I urge the rejection of the amendment, of the resolution, excuse me.
Further discussion. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, sorry. I really hadn't planned on speaking today because I feel like we've debated this last session and judiciary this session quite extensively, but a few comments were made this morning by some of my colleagues here that made me have additional thoughts. And my good friend and colleague, Senator from Logan, mentioned counties being able to challenge decisions made by the state, and why shouldn't they be able to do that? And I think that answer is rather simple. There's nothing in the Constitution that permits for counties to do so. And he further elaborated on comparing it to challenging the Bible. But I think to do so would be ignoring the Founding Fathers' decision to insert language in the Constitution that allowed for this very circumstance. My good friend, the Senator from Marshall, referenced Justice Scalia. And my colleague, junior senator from the 2nd, put on my desk this morning here something from Justice Scalia that I'm going to read for you. This is taking a quote, a portion of this statement here. And Justice Scalia said, "So it really comes down to whether we think a constitutional convention is necessary. I think it is necessary for some purposes, and I'm willing to accept what seems to be a minimal risk of intemperate action. The founders inserted this alternative method of obtaining constitutional amendments because they knew that Congress would be unwilling to give attention to many issues that people are concerned with, particularly those involving restrictions on the federal government's own power." And I think that's the key point here today. The Founding Fathers, in their wisdom and brilliance, inserted this language so that the states would have an alternative method for proposing amendments, because they knew that the Congress would be unwilling or unable to limit their own power, particularly when it comes to federal spending, which we've seen time after time. Congressional representatives on both sides of the aisle run for office saying we need to rein in federal spending. But have you seen any of that occur to date? I haven't. And I think this is just sort of the situation that language was inserted for. And as we've been debating this bill this morning, I have a debt clock here on my computer. Just while we've been debating this resolution, the federal budget has risen by $25 million just in the last few minutes. To me, that's a pretty serious situation. It continues to climb even as I'm speaking. And it was mentioned this morning that there's no way to assure that this convention can be limited, but I think to say that would be to ignore the very high bar that the Founding Fathers put in place to make sure that these debates do not get out of hand, and that high bar is 3/4 of the states to ratify such an amendment. And for those reasons, I support this resolution.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's 5 attorneys in this chamber, and you know, we grow up and we're immersed in the Constitution and everything it's done for this country. This is another bill that doesn't, or another resolution, but more time from this body, that does nothing for the state of West Virginia. But here we are debating another one of these measures. Let's talk about something we can agree on. We live in the greatest country on earth. Now, there's politicians and people who run for office that try to get elected based on fear and prejudice and being angry. They just want to be in office. And at times, things do look bleak. Today, we have the deficit, which the senator from Ohio so eloquently talked about. It's a problem. We have ISIS. We have the debate on global warming. But think about the past in this country. Think about what's happened to this country. A revolution against a monarch, slavery, the Civil War. Imagine living in those times. Women's right to vote, ending child labor, giving workers the right to collective bargain, the Vietnam War, civil rights, Social Security. Do you think some people in some of the states were upset? Do you think people objected and thought the country was coming to an end? Do you think they wanted to rein in the federal government during those times? Absolutely. Our country always moves like a pendulum, swings in one side's favor and the other. Hopefully it's swung in West Virginia to the side it's on for a short period of time, but time will have to tell. But you know what? The Constitution has seen us through it all. It's a roadmap. Do you know that we're the longest single standing national government in world history? Think about that. In world history. Because you're about to act in a frivolous manner on a matter of utmost importance. My senator from Logan called the Constitution the governmental Bible of our country, and you wouldn't want to amend the Bible. Our founding fathers made the Article 5 Constitutional Convention a difficult thing to achieve. You know why? Because they wanted it to be used in only the most extreme circumstances. When we were faced with tyranny, with a dictatorship, with a complete concentration of power in a very small group that was going to tell the rest of us what to do. That's not what's happening in this country. It's the atomic bomb in the Constitution. Why? Because it opens up everything in the Constitution. Forget about the call in this resolution. By convening an Article 5 Constitution, practically every constitutional scholar, including the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, and many of our founding fathers recognized that it would open up the entire Constitution if the convention so chose. That means everything. The First Amendment, our Second Amendment right to bear arms, the rights of the states. That is a nuclear bomb to our Constitution. It could change the very foundation on which this country was founded and has done so well. The very mandate, and I understand it's a long road to get a constitutional amendment passed. The founding fathers did that on purpose. The very mandate will polarize this country, making people choose sides on these issues. Our country must rely on the voters to keep those in office that are doing what they choose and to throw those out that they are not. I think a balanced budget amendment coming from Congress is a great move. Congress ought to do it. It's controlled by the opposing party to me. Let's see it proposed. Let's see it get through. Those that don't vote for it, get them out of office. Because if we pass this conventional resolution today, it'll be years getting through the lawsuits and the decisions on how to run it. We won't know who will be in charge of the country or what mood they'll be in, and it could be a right dear to us that will be changed. Do not vote for a plan. Do not vote for a plan to change what has made this the greatest country on earth. I urge you to vote against this resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Greenbrier.
I'd ask that the gentleman from Morgan would yield, please.
Will the senator from Morgan yield? Looks like it. Senator yields.
Senator, you had said that there were 5 states who have done this. One of them is Tennessee. Who are the other 4?
The first to adopt this resolution was Georgia, and that was 2014, followed by Alaska, 2014, followed by Florida, 2014, followed by Alabama last year, 2015, and followed now by Tennessee on February 4th of this year.
Were all of those resolutions like this resolution, do you know?
I believe so.
They were open-ended? All of them were open-ended on the time frame?
On time frame?
Yes.
I
This
believe
is an open-ended time frame.
it has an open-ended time frame in it, yes, sir, and I believe the others do as well.
And there is open on the call, not just a single purpose, but a call for...
Well, the purposes are, let me say this, the limitation of purposes is the same in all the resolutions.
Okay.
The
Thank you.
purposes for which the Convention of States would be called.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President, I have stood many times on this floor. My speeches aren't very eloquent. I speak from what I know. I'm a simple farmer, part-time pastor, run a small business in Greenbrier County. I'm a history major from the great institution in the Eastern Panhandle, Shepherd University. And history and the love of our history is important to me. As important to me as that history is the love of this republic. We've done a lot of things in this body, and I've disagreed with a lot of those things. I felt they were harmful to the people of West Virginia, and I've stood and you've had my opinion, and you've gotten through it. You've probably read your emails a few times during that and probably thought what was lunch and all those kind of things. I've shared my opinion, what I felt strongly about. But what I shared with you today is what I think is a danger. Our resolution, or our laws, our bills that we've passed sometimes hurt the people of this state, and I felt they've hurt people in this state very badly. But that's my opinion, that's my feeling. But this resolution will hurt our republic if it passes and if it is ratified. It's an open-ended resolution. I am shocked that we're willing to do an open-ended resolution. Who knows how long it'll take to finish getting the states to do this? Let me tell you, I saw an interesting poll today on TV as I was getting ready to come in. 58%, I think that's correct, maybe 54% of the snapshot generation, which I'm not part of, I don't even know what that is exactly, it has something to do with technology. 54% to 58% believe we would be better off as a socialist nation. Now let me tell you what's wrong with that. Those are the future. This resolution goes to that period of time. They may be the people that are going to that convention to make that decision for us as a people. And quite frankly, I don't think we are better off as a socialist nation. I think we are better off the way we are right now, with a Constitution that we dearly love, we have great reverence for, and great appreciation for what it does. The senator from Logan spoke wonderfully about the Constitution being like a Bible. I have a couple of apps on my phone. I do know how to download apps. There are some things I can't do. I can't get an app down on my phone. I have an app of the Bible because that's important to me, and I have an app of the Constitution because that's important to me. And both of those are very, very dear to me. They're the center of who I am. They're the core of what I'm about. And we are taking the chance because there are groups that have funded this, there are groups that believe this is important, and I appreciate groups that think something important. But we are taking a chance on the future of future generation in 5 years, 10 years from now, to change a Constitution that to us is something that's probably the dearest thing we have outside of our faith, outside of our family. The senator from Ohio made a wonderful point that when the framers of the Constitution framed this, in their brilliance, they put Article 5 in. And the key was brilliance. Let me tell you, when that generation formed this Constitution, they were brilliant men. They were people who thought maybe we were all going to be brilliant for generations, and I'm telling you, we're not as brilliant as they were then. You look at the statesmen we've heard from and the readings and writings we have read. Those were people who seemed to understand that it wasn't about their interest, but it was about the good of what could be. They formed a union, they formed a republic that while it was not perfect, it was the most perfect the world has ever known and will ever know. If we attempt in this resolution, if we chance in this resolution one bit to destroy what could be and what is, we have done a discredit to ourselves, we've done a discredit to our great nation, but more important than that, we've done a discredit to those who were before us, those who fought in wars, those who gave their life in service, and we're doing a discredit to those who come after us. Our children, our grandchildren, and our great-grandchildren. I believe there's only moments in history where there is such brilliance. If you follow the debates on both parties this time, in politics, there isn't a lot of brilliance out there, folks. There isn't a lot of enlightenment out there on either side. We can do better. We must do better. I urge you today not to adopt this resolution. I urge you to vote against this resolution. I'm proud to stand and say that I will vote against it, and I hope that you do the same on this day. We cannot, we must not take this dangerous route as a people. Thank you.
Further discussion. Junior Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a little confused. We have people praising the Founding Fathers in the document that they've written, yet they're telling us not to use a portion of the document that they've written. Over the last 20 years, our national debt has doubled twice. Twice! Under administrations of both parties. So what is the hope that they're going to rein that spending in? The gentleman from Greenbrier mentions 54% wanting to go socialist. Well, the document says 75% have to ratify it. I'm not worried about that 54%. The senator from Greenbrier stood up and said it's an insult to those that have fought wars. Sir, I've fought wars. I'm not offended by this resolution, and I'm not offended by this document. Mr. President, I urge adoption of this resolution.
Further discussion. Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard several times that the Constitution ought to be revered like the Bible, and I'll have to admit that while I have a great deal of respect for the guys who drafted and framed the Constitution, I don't quite put it in that class myself. And I would ask the senator from Logan if maybe perhaps later he can show me where in the Bible there, I can't really quote chapter and verse myself, that we would find such a provision in the Bible that God gave to us as a way to modify the Bible in a legitimate fashion. But he gave us a Bible that he said was his word, and we should stick with that. And the Founding Fathers gave us a Constitution that said that if you ever find that this document is not doing what it needs to do, there are two ways to change this document. And one way has been used 27 times to change the document. So the document itself is not the document that was drafted in 1787. The document is the document that was drafted in 1787 and amended 27 times since that date. And I would point out that the senator from Marshall County, I believe, said that the alternative method of modifying the Constitution or proposing amendments to the Constitution has never been used, and I don't believe that's actually true. The reason why it's not true is because it assumes the only way that second alternative can work is to actually have the convention. And what it neglects to notice is the fact that roughly half of the amendments that we have in the Constitution, counting things like the 17th Amendment, counting things like all of the Bill of Rights, are a direct response to states applying for changes to the Constitution, and Congress, before the number was properly reached to call the convention, recognizing the desire of the states and putting forth the amendments that the states were asking for. And so whether we actually have a convention out of this or not does not mean this can't be effective. We may get to 30 states, and then Congress may well put out some amendments that satisfy the concerns that are addressed in this particular resolution. In fact, I would be surprised if they don't do that. But if they don't do that, then we have to go to convention. It's the only way we're going to straighten out this federal government. I would also point out that 27 changes to the Constitution is probably not really an accurate assessment of what we've had to our Constitution. We've had a lot of decisions, especially in the last 4 or 5 decades, that no person can really find the legitimate basis within the Constitution as to how that particular decision was arrived at. And the reason why we've had those changes is because we currently have a court where 4 of the members read the Constitution and try to view everything in society through the lens of what the document says, and we have 4 members who rarely read the Constitution and always put forth their personal preferences as to what they would like for the Constitution to have said, but which it does not say. And today, we are faced with a perfectly divided, evenly divided court. 4 members who are for the Constitution and 4 members who are for something that most of us would never understand, I think, because of the death of a Supreme Court justice. And I would like to point something out to you. In the last 3 decades that justice sat on the Supreme Court, there have been literally dozens of decisions that were decided on a 5-4 basis. 5-4 where he was in the majority. If this president appoints another Ginsburg to this court, if this president appoints another justice like that, every single one of those 5-4 decisions that this court has arrived at will be flipped on its head. That means the Constitution will be changed literally dozens of times, as it has already been by judicial fiat. We're talking about big issues. We're talking about issues related to religious freedom. We're talking about issues related to free speech. We're talking about issues related to property rights. All of these things are on the table, not based on whether or not 34 states call a convention, not based on whether or not 38 states agree to the convention, but based on whether or not one man can pick somebody who knows how to read. And it's unfortunate that we're in that situation where one man can flip the Constitution back and forth, or one woman can flip the Constitution back and forth. Today it means this, tomorrow it means that. But that's where we are because we have allowed this government to stray so far from that document. Somebody mentioned that a lot of politics today is based on fear, and I think that what we're hearing on the other side of the aisle today is exactly that. It's a lot of noise that's been raised in virtually every line of attack that could be raised, that we should somehow fear exercising something that is contained within our Constitution, that our founding fathers knew the day would come. They knew the day would come. The debate around Article 5 was centered on the very question raised by the senator from Ohio. They knew this day would come, just as Scalia, in the document that was on our desk today, pointed out, that Congress would not do what was necessary. The senator from Harrison County pointed out in the Judiciary Committee, hey, you guys control Congress. Why don't you just go and get those guys to put out a balanced budget resolution? Exactly. They won't do it. And when the Democrats controlled Congress, they won't do it either. And term limits. 75% of the population of the United States for decades in poll after poll has indicated a preference for term limits, and yet Congress will not take up the issue. They won't touch the EPA. They won't touch Obama's overreach when it comes to the immigration system that we have. And the Constitution very clearly says immigration is within the purview of Congress. It says nothing about being within the purview of the president, and yet this president is allowing millions of people to stream across our southern borders. We had a debate the other day related to gun bills where we had senators who thought we should insist that every U.S. citizen, every law-abiding citizen ought to have a background check. But we let these guys stream across the southern border, and we found terrorists in that stream. No background check, no border check, no serious attempt at doing one of the most fundamental things that this government is supposed to do, which is guard our borders. Our situation is dire. We have a $20 trillion almost deficit. We have over $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. If it were simply a question of what's in the budget and what's in the deficit and the debt, maybe the balanced budget amendment would be the proper way to go. And I do support that resolution. I hope it makes its way through this body as well. In the last 20 years, the federal government in the Federal Register averaged over 70,000 pages of new rules and regulations and laws in the Federal Register. Over 1.5 million pages in just the last 20 years. If you think about that, a ream of paper is 500 sheets of paper. A box of paper is 10 reams. That's 5,000 sheets in a box. It would take roughly 300 boxes of paper. It would fill that entire area where you are, Mr. President, all the way down through the clerk's pit here. And that just represents the last 20 years of what this federal government has imposed on the citizens of the United States. And we're going to pretend like that is the limited government that is part of the vision that was originally put into the Constitution of the United States of America. 1.5 million sheets of paper that you're responsible for knowing every word. You're responsible. There's no ignorance of the law. You can't claim that. You're responsible for obeying every single word of that 1.5 million pages. This should not be about fear. This should be about recognizing that what's going on out in our country is bordering on chaos. Do you have any idea what national bankruptcy would literally look like in a nation of 330 million people? What's going to happen when that stream of immigrants coming across our southern border decide that they do want to engage in a large-scale terrorist attack? What that's going to look like? We have a government that has totally abdicated its responsibilities while delving into areas where it has no business. This presents an opportunity for the state of West Virginia to be part of the solution in much the same way that the original 13 states came together. They had some issues that needed to be addressed. They came together. They addressed those issues responsibly. As Scalia noted in this piece of paper that is here, the idea that a convention is going to come out with a repeal of the Second Amendment, first, it's outside the scope of this call. This limits the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, not the citizens. But would such an amendment ever be ratified? Of course it wouldn't. You couldn't get an amendment through even such a convention, let alone out to the floor or out to the states to be ratified. You couldn't repeal Social Security this way. This body wouldn't support that. No other state would support that. Anything that comes out of such a convention is going to have to be middle of the road, directly targeted at problems that everybody agrees that the federal government suffers under. That's regulatory excess. That's a budget that's out of control. That's laws that are clearly not contained within the direction of the Constitution or the purview of the Constitution, the enumerated powers. I would say to the members that have raised so many fears over there that we need to set aside those fears and we need to do the right thing for the people of West Virginia and for the people of the United States. We're the only ones who can do this. Congress is not going to do it. I urge adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? Recognize the senator from Morgan to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am as enamored and in love with our Constitution as anyone. It is, I concede, the greatest charter for government that's ever been devised in the history of the world. But it is not, nor has it ever been, perfect. It was required that the citizens of this country amend the Constitution to abolish the institution of human slavery, the 13th Amendment. As we discussed recently on the floor of the Senate, the entire Bill of Rights, which we also love and revere, came about as amendments proposed to the United States Constitution. The Second Amendment, which we were discussing this week and last week, was not part of the original document, nor was the first, restraining Congress's ability or authority to act in ways that infringed upon the rights of the people to petition the government for redress of grievances, to operate a free press, as we'll discuss later this week, to exercise religion freely. It was not perfect when, during that hot summer of 1787 in Philadelphia, but the wisdom, and let me, if I may, just talk for a minute about who was there. Someone mentioned Thomas Jefferson. He was not there. The representatives from Virginia, Mr. President, were Mr. Blair, a gentleman by the name of James Madison, whom we regard as the father of the Constitution, and a gentleman we've all heard of by the name of George Washington, who presided over the proceedings in that hot summer of 1787. The delegate from New York was Alexander Hamilton. From Pennsylvania were Robert Morris, Gouverneur Morris, Benjamin Franklin. I'm not going to read everyone who was at the Constitutional Convention in 1787, but they knew enough to know that nothing is perfect. Nothing of this earth, anyway, is perfect. And they left within the document mechanisms for future generations to make corrections when necessary. And as has been mentioned by others, we've adopted a total of 27 amendments to that Constitution, amendments that were proposed by the Congress, including the last one, which was adopted in 1992, but proposed in 1789. The 27th Amendment to the United States Constitution was one of the original amendments proposed by the first Congress in New York in 1789 and not ratified by the requisite number of states until 1992. So these things do, on occasion, take a long time. And like the gentleman from Upshur, I would suggest that we need not fear ourselves, our states. This other mechanism to compel Congress to call together a convention for the purpose of proposing amendments exists in the document, in the Constitution, as the final recourse when Congress will not act to propose necessary amendments. And as the gentleman from Upshur pointed out, it may never go to a convention of the states. On other occasions in our history, when the states have done what we should now do, stood up and said, Congress, you have to act, and called for such a convention, ultimately, the Congress has capitulated. Popular election of senators was such an occurrence. Popular election of U.S. senators. I am sufficiently confident that the ratification process, which would require the assent of 38 states, provides an adequate check on anything odd such a convention might do or recommend if it were convened. Mr. President, the threat to our liberty at the moment, the greater threat to our liberty, is not a call for or by the people to act to revise our structure of government. The greater threat to our liberty is inaction. Inaction. As was mentioned, a national debt fast approaching $20 trillion. A code of federal regulations that would fill this room probably. The members of the Constitutional Convention in 1787 surely never imagined our modern regulatory state. But a limitation on the power of the federal government that I would love to see, and I'm willing to put my name upon and my vote behind this resolution for the purpose of pushing toward, is something that we do here in West Virginia. A limitation that I think is reasonable in the power of the federal government would be simply that no regulation of the federal government be effective upon the people unless and until the Congress approved it. Think about that. In our rulemaking process, we empower executive branch agencies to make proposed rules and regulations, but we don't give them carte blanche to impose them on the people. We require them to be reviewed and approved by the elected officials, the House, the Senate, and the governor in the form of legislation. Because of the absence of that authority, oversight in Washington, we see things that are incredulous if you think about it. Members of Congress standing up and decrying the breadth of regulations imposed upon the people. But the Congress gave them the power. I would like to see a limitation on that. That no executive branch agency of the federal government has authority to bind the people to rules or regulations unless and until they're approved by Congress. If that were the case, we wouldn't have things that we have right now in this country. Regulatory agencies of the federal government imposing rules and regulations that have been expressly rejected by the Congress. I do not fear the exercise of the authority expressly given to the people to control the federal government. Mr. President, I could go on longer, but I'll spare everyone that.
I urge adoption of the resolution.
Question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. The ayes have it. The senator from Marshall demands a division of the body. Question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will please stand.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 10, urging Congress call convention to amend Constitution of the United States. Right now, senators who are for this resolution are standing, and then he'll call for those who are against the resolution to stand, and they will be counted.
Those opposed will please stand. Please be seated. The vote being 18 in favor and 14 opposed, more than a majority, having voted the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Committee substitute for Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, requesting West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council study and report on consolidation regarding public water and sewer utilities.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This isn't quite the weighty resolution as the last one which we just dispensed with, but although it's important, you have the opportunity to vote for your support of public water and sewer projects throughout the state. It's something that has not really been dealt with in an overview since 1993. This resolution is to have the Infrastructure Council report back next year to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance about the topic of consolidation and where it might be needed, where it might fit in. Clearly, what happened back in 1993, and I found this year, is that's before I came. In fact, I believe only 2 members of the Senate were here at that time that are still serving members of the body. That resolution did 2 things in 93, but it's very pertinent to the resolution we have before us today. That resolution started the process, and in 94 we created the Infrastructure Council, the IJDC. Important, we all know how important that is, and it was a very, very good move. But at the same time that resolution ordered the Public Service Commission to stop all consolidation for 1 year. And I believe after seeing that we sort of took the tool out of the toolbox, and I'm going to use the phrase quite often used by the majority leader, took the tool out of the toolbox and put it in a broom closet. And in doing that, and it's an important tool, consolidation needs to be looked at in a lot of cases in West Virginia. Now, why is that important? Mr. President, there is a tremendous demand for water and sewer in the state of West Virginia, and we're all supportive of that. But there's also a competing tremendous demand for limited dollars, Mr. President, limited infrastructure dollars, and everything that this legislature can do to make it more efficient and make the use of those dollars better used and make those dollars stretch and go further is important. Because there are over 500 utilities in the state competing for that money. Bonding is one of the issues. How do you consolidate indebtedness? That's the major issue that will be brought back to the legislature next year to take a look at. But what we're doing is putting the tool back in the toolbox for public utilities and the government's regulation and financing over those. So I urge adoption of the resolution, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion?
Senate Concurrent Resolution 33, requesting the West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council study and report on
Further
consolidation
discussion?
regarding
If not,
public
the
water
question
and sewer
before the Senate is the
utilities.
adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 43, requesting Joint Committee on Government and Finance study if economically beneficial to map, name, and promote all existing unpaved trails.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Natural Resources, then the Committee on Rules. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make sure I'm doing this the correct way. I request unanimous consent that all comments relating to the passage of SCR 10 be included in the appendix of the journal.
Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the senators from Morgan, Logan, Monongalia, Marshall, Ohio, Harrison, Greenbrier, Jr. Senator from the 2nd, and Upshur be published in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess, 15 minutes, and reconvene at 1:10.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The Senate is in recess.
While the Senate is in recess, we'll take you into the House. They are discussing right now House Bill 4489 relating generally to human trafficking.
The penalty if the victim is an adult is imprisonment of not less than 3 nor more than 15 years and or fine. The bill also includes crimes and penalties relating to those that patronize a victim of sexual servitude. In addition to sexual crimes, the bill includes crimes and penalties related to forced labor as well as debt bondage. As with the sexual crimes, these are felony crimes with differing penalties for child or adult victims. The bill also sets forth provisions to assist in the prosecution of these cases, including the use of wiretaps, and allows for a mandatory minimum sentence of 3 years for those situations in which an individual recruits the victim from a youth shelter or recruits a child in foster care. Finally, given the governor's veto message, the bill does not include the establishment of a commission. However, it does authorize the Division of Justice and Community Services as an authorized agent to apply for and administer grants. It is the hope and intent that the coalition that has worked so hard to draft and finalize this bill will remain together and work in collaboration with the Division of Justice and Community Service to pursue grants to comprehensively fight the rising tide of human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The lady from the 51st, Dr. Pleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my co-sponsors and the chairman and the speaker for helping us revive this bill that was vetoed by the governor. It's a really serious topic, and there has been a lot of work over several years to try to get this right. One of the most important things about last year's bill was the attempt to fix a problem in the bill that said it would only apply if there were more than one victim in 1 year. It was sort of a poison pill that was put into the bill, and I'm very thankful that that's going to be fixed. And the chairman was right. This bill focuses much more on the victim and on child victims, and includes provisions so that if a victim is I think one of the most horrible things is the idea that that a person would go to a foster care place, a domestic violence shelter, or a homeless shelter and try to recruit victims from those places where children are really very, very vulnerable. And I applaud the chairman and our committee for including that as an aggravating circumstance. It's unfortunate that we weren't allowed to include the commission in there, because that one gap that we still have are services for victims. I'd like you to put yourself in the place of someone who has been enslaved, because that's what this bill is about. It's about people that are slaves, that are traded for money, and they're used over and over again. Unlike drugs, you can charge for a person who is a sexual slave or a labor slave over and over. And one of the things that we don't have in our state are services for those people. Those victims, most of whom are children, have been yanked out of their homes, out of their communities. They have no support system. And what we're eventually going to need is helping those people who feel ashamed, who feel that their situation is their own fault, is because that's what perpetrators do. They convince these people that it's their own fault that they're in that situation. We need to get the kind of counseling, the kind of housing assistance and job training so that those people can be independent, fully functioning citizens again. And we don't have that yet. That's something that another legislature will need to work on. But I am very grateful for everyone who has worked on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to add a sponsor through inadvertence. The delegate from the 52nd District's name was not added after another sponsor who's no longer here is gone, and we may need to get his consent for that, but if that could happen, I would appreciate that.
To the lady, because this, we have the normal process in the rules, but because this bill has already passed the stage at which that can be done, it would be a unanimous consent request, as the lady has made. I would believe that the gentleman from 52nd would also need to make that unanimous consent request as well. And you, as the lead sponsor, and he, as the sponsor wishing to be added, would need to both make that request. So you have requested. Is there objection to having a sponsor added to the bill, as the lady from the 51st has requested? Chair hears none. And gentleman from the 52nd has unanimous consent that he be added as sponsor?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
be present.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Speaker. And I was trying to think of a good enough adjective. I enthusiastically urge passage of this bill.
Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that we could probably get 99 more today.
I think he's the 11th.
97?
I think he's the 11th, is what I'm saying.
I've been mathematically challenged
So in
since
case anyone has an idea, I think he's the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is of particular interest to me because over the last number of years, many of us in the state and nationally have come to recognize that children in foster care are extremely high risk. Many of them transition out of foster care and then simply, the females generally, disappear. That's because the purveyors and the sex trade are waiting for them at the door. I think the efforts of the committee and for those who have sponsored this legislation have been extraordinary. I applaud those efforts. I wish we'd been able to do it before. I think there are young women who would be present in our society now who are not. I think that in the future there'll be opportunities for young women as they leave foster care that they would not have had if we did not pass this legislation. I support it wholeheartedly.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the passage of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass this bill and urge the governor to sign it.
Question for the House to pass the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
House Bill 4489, relating generally to human trafficking,
Has each
eliminating
member voted?
existing criminal
Please show the clerk
offenses, and
close the machine
creating
and
new
ascertain the result.
felony
On question,
offenses.
99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4489.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4606.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo, and the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, be permitted to offer separate amendments on third reading on this bill.
The gentleman from the 58th asks that unanimous consent that the gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo, and the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, be permitted to offer separate amendments on third reading to the bill. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there amendments?
Delegate Caputo moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Caputo 2-23.
Gentleman from the 50th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking you for slowing down the bill today and the leadership for giving me time to prepare an amendment and working with the chairman. But unfortunately, we couldn't come to terms, so I'm going to offer my amendment today, and I apologize to the membership for not catching it on second reading as well. But what my amendment does, it removes a prohibition for Class 4 municipalities, which will allow people who work in those municipalities, we all have them in our districts, to also serve their community, such as town council positions, such as mayor's positions, without any conflict to the code. They're doing that now. It's happening all across the state of West Virginia, and these are good folks, and I've talked to the Municipal League about this. Many charters provide an exemption for this. Many mayors and council people run water plants and sewage plants for their community, and many chiefs of police also hold various council positions in the state. You know, we're West Virginia. We're small town America. And some of these little communities, sometimes you just can't get folks to run for these council positions. And when someone's that dedicated and they want to hold these positions, I think we should allow that. Now, there will always be some recusals of votes for pay and personnel issues such as that. But I think it's just good government. I think it's good people who's asking to do this. And again, this only is for Class 4 municipalities that have a population of under 2,000. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close debate.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott. Gentleman from the 50th yield? Gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Appreciate it. As I read your amendment, you basically are allowing a blanket exception for city council members and mayors in a city of less than 2,000 or less to be employed by that same city.
That's correct.
Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
So, for instance, in your amendment, if I were one of those people, I was elected mayor, I could also be hired as, say, city manager or some other city planner for $50,000, $60,000 a year. Is that fair to say?
Well, I don't know that many of these Class 4 municipalities have those type of jobs. I'm more referring to the guy who picks up the garbage and the guy who fixes the potholes. Could that happen if they have that big of a payroll? I guess maybe it could. I mean, I'm sure ethics commissions would review that, but that's not what I'm geared for here, Mr. Chairman, as you know, in our discussions.
But theoretically, that could happen, as well as all the other council members could also be employed by that same city, could they not?
Well, I guess that, if you want to get into hypotheticals, sure. I mean, but I don't think we should scare the membership into thinking that small towns across West Virginia is going to hire every city councilman at $50,000 a year jobs either. Because I think we both know that's not factual.
But it could happen in not necessarily $50,000 jobs. They could all be city employees and run the city, could they not?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that exemption applies now, and I don't see a problem with it across West Virginia. At least I haven't heard of any problems to that effect. I mean, there's a lot of city charters that allow that right now.
I don't think under the Ethics Act that doesn't apply now, unless perhaps in a city charter, but would you agree it's not a prohibition?
Well,
that's what this bill does, isn't it?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what the bill does. It adds that prohibition because it isn't there now.
That's correct. But in my conversations with the Municipal League, it was indicated to me that many small communities, such as the Class 4 municipalities that I'm trying to reach, already have employees. Many have employees that serve in a capacity as town council or chief of police or what have you.
Okay, thank you. At the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the gentleman's motion.
Gentleman may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I certainly appreciate the scenario that the gentleman from the 50th has raised, and that's one reason we asked that this bill be carried over a day, be postponed a day, so we could address it, and we have made some effort to do so. I just frankly do not believe that this amendment is the appropriate way to address it. It simply opens an area possibly for abuse and creates a distinction between a city with 2,000 residents and one with 1,999 residents. It seems to say that it might be okay to self-deal, to be in a position to have a conflict of interest if you're in a city of 2,000, but not if you're in a city of 2001. We have another amendment that will be addressing the process that is permitted in the. I think we raised this issue yesterday. There is an exemption provision in the Ethics Act, and the amendment which will be offered after this amendment will beef that up in cases of situations like this, but make it available to all cities, not just one that's 2,000 or less. In appropriate circumstances, the same exemption process should be available if you have 2,001 residents as opposed to just 2,000. So accordingly, although I applaud the gentleman's intent and I understand the problem, I think there's a better way to address this, and I urge rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman from the first, Doug McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from Marion please yield for a question?
Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Sir, did you, the chart, the stapled paperwork I got on my desk, is that from you?
Yes, sir.
And this lists all the municipalities classified as a Class 4 municipality in the state?
According to the West Virginia Municipal League, yes.
Pretty much all of these municipalities, I think maybe 80% of them are well under 1,500 in population.
That's correct.
And it's very difficult to get people to serve in some of these positions in some of these small towns.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
A question for the chairman. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman from the 27th yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
I'm looking at the two amendments, this amendment and the next one, and do they conflict at all? It appears they're on different pages and different parts of the code, but you mentioned that your amendment might fix the situation, whereas you didn't think this one did. Am I understanding that correct?
I think the amendment that is proposed is narrower than the amendment that I proposed. The amendment that we're considering now is an open-ended, broad exemption without regard to whether there's a need for it. The amendment that will be offered following this basically fleshes out the exemption process that would be available to any city, whether it's 2,000 or 2,100 or 5,000 or whatever, and it allows the Ethics Commission to take into account the lack of qualified candidates to run for the positions or to be appointed to the position. So I don't think it's technically a conflict, but I do think the Second Amendment is a better way to approach the problem.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if someone from Fayette County can answer how Thurman operates now, I don't understand how they do it with 5 people. So I don't know if a delegate from Fayette County can attest to what goes on now with Fayette County and the city of Thurman with 5 people. How do they operate? If someone would yield.
The gentleman, does that gentleman have a particular person he's asking to yield?
Any delegate from Fayette County that might have knowledge of how the operations go, if someone exists.
Gentleman from the 32nd Delegate Fast, yield. Gentleman yields.
I do not yield because I don't know.
The gentleman stood, so I assume the gentleman yielded.
Thank you, my friend from Fayette, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This is House Bill 4606.
Anyone
an
else
ethics
that doesn't
bill.
know and doesn't want to yield? Okay. Gentleman from the 13th Delegate Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would probably have to vote against the gentleman from the 50th Amendment, and I want to give you a little reasoning why. I have a town in my district I'm not going to mention, but the mayor, he was also the police chief. All right, he's the mayor, the police chief, and he lived in Ohio. So I think we probably ought to vote for this bill and strike down the amendment. Thank you.
John from the 13th Delegate Ely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I too have that town in my district, as the gentleman and I represent the same district. And as we probably know, living in Ohio and serving in West Virginia is illegal, and that might address the gentleman's situation. I do rise in support of the amendment from my friend from the 50th. I think that the amendment does not even address all the situations that I think this is going to harm, this bill could harm. The example that I mentioned yesterday, in my town, we are a Class 3 city. And granted, we did have qualified candidates to fill the ballot. I will make that clear. We did have people. But at the same time, a Class 3 city, under 4,000 people, we're still a small town. And in a small town, people know where people work. And in the case of the gentleman that I mentioned yesterday who was on city council, had already been employed by the city for many years, people, when they went to vote, they knew what this guy did. Everybody knew what this guy did. There was no conspiracy or anything like that, somebody trying to line his own pockets. And I will say that the ethics law that's already in place prohibited that person from voting on any type of matter that would affect his compensation or other terms of his employment. And so in those situations, he was able to recuse himself from voting. And I think that process worked well. The person served admirably on our city council. And I'm grateful that the gentleman's amendment does get those small towns out of the, below 2,000 people out of that pickle. Like I said, it doesn't go address my situation, but I do think it helps. I don't think the next amendment speaks to that either, but I guess we can address that when the time comes. So for all those reasons, I urge adoption of the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
John from the 53rd, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You probably never dreamed to hear me say this, but I support the gentleman's amendment. I look at this list, and every one of the towns in my district's in this list. I mean, I don't even have a stoplight in my district, and I got one of the biggest single-member districts in the state, so it is a problem in my district of trying to get people to run for city council, mayor, whatever. And in fact, they even tried to get me to run for mayor, so you know how hard up they are for candidates. So I believe it's a good compromise and addresses some of the issues that these small towns have. So for them reasons, I am going to support the man's amendment.
Gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
I certainly will. Thank
Thank
you.
you. I was just referring to the handout that you provided, and I was looking over on page 3, just as an example. I see the town of Leicester here. I also see the town of Matewan, which I think is appropriate. This listing that you have, these are census numbers, so the pool of qualified candidates is actually considerably smaller.
Extremely small, yes.
So this would include, you know, those people that are under the age of 18, those people that are in nursing homes.
That's correct.
Those people that aren't registered to vote.
That's correct.
Those people that show no interest in the voting.
The pool of eligible candidates is much smaller than the little number that's indicated
and also
here.
those that are of more than one party.
That's correct.
So that if you looked at this number here that of 499 people in the town of Matewan, then if you divide that and divide that and divide that, the pool of eligible voters would be substantially smaller, and then we would be, if your amendment's not adopted, we would be eliminating those people from representing their communities in elected role.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a common sense approach to help our small towns. I mean, this is a great way that we can give back and let people run for office. I mean, our small towns are struggling. People are leaving every day. And I call your attention to the town of Thurman. During the June 14, 2005 city election, 6 of the 7 residents of the town sought elected office. Ladies and gentlemen, we have numerous small towns in the state of West Virginia, some clearly under 100 people. And when you narrow that down, you take the children out, the elderly out, you might have a pool of applicants to run for office around 40 or 50 people. That doesn't mean they want to run for it. Ladies and gentlemen, all this does, it provides fairness. The ethical rules are in place. The Ethics Commission is there. This is not going to do anything to harm the state of West Virginia. It's just going to help allow people to run for office in these small towns. It's a common sense approach, and I don't know why the fuss about it. I never have understood it, and there's a lot of things I won't understand up here, but this is one that I think is a common sense way to get some stuff to allow people to just exercise their constitutional right to run for office.
Lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kester.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If everybody would turn to the last page of their document, my hometown, the city of Mount Hope, is on there, population 1,414. We have absolutely no problem finding members of our community to run for city council, to run for mayor. And a former mayor of our town hired himself as a city manager, paying himself mayor's rates and city manager's rates, putting an unnecessary financial burden on the citizens of our town that wasn't needed. And so I would urge rejection of this amendment.
John from the 56th, Delegate Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to my friend's amendment. A town on this list that shall remain nameless had one of the town council end up in state jail, one in federal prison, 2 in ethics fines against them, and it just scares me if we were to pass this. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment before I recognize the gentleman from the 50th to close debate. Gentleman from the 50th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I guess I got to say to my friend, the Gov Org Chairman, the system is obviously working if that gentleman went to jail. So, you know, I don't condone any of those activities, and I don't want you to base your vote on scare tactics or self-dealing tactics that we've been hearing about. You know, if someone is doing an improper deed and is violating the law and is serving themselves because of their position, there's ethics commissions and ethics violations that can be dealt with. There's the law that can be dealt with. Please don't base your vote on that. That's not what this is about. That's not what this is about at all. So please set that off to the side for a minute. And my good friend, the Judiciary Chairman, since he mentioned his amendment, I want to talk about that briefly in my closing remarks. I don't think that is a fix-all, and I'll tell you why. Because what his amendment does, and I appreciate him working with me, but it just grants an exception that the Ethics Commission may grant if you can't find a candidate. Now, put your town in this scenario. The filing deadline closes Friday. You don't have a candidate for mayor. Well, one of the workers steps up and says he wants to run, but he got to get an exemption from the Ethics Commission. Well, how are they going to turn that around and give him or her that exemption by Friday? So, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I just don't think that is a fix-all. I think that my amendment addresses it in a much better fashion. You know, I handed out this list to you. And I worked with the Municipal League this morning just to throw these numbers to get together. I don't know if they are 100% accurate. I think they're fairly accurate. I think they're numbers that we can count on from the last census. But, you know, there's little towns from the town of Oakville, Mr. Chairman, in your county of Mercer that only has 121 people in it. And as my friend from Kanawha alluded to, that pool gets smaller and smaller and smaller when you're looking for people to run for office. In Auburn, in Ritchie County, 97 people. And the list goes from 5 to 1,900 in McMecken. You know, my small town of Reesville, and I talked about that yesterday in my remarks, we've been having a very difficult time trying to find people to run for office. It was several years ago, we couldn't even find a mayor's candidate, and the city clerk stepped up and ran for mayor. And she didn't have any intention to do that. She did it because she loves her town, she cares about the people in it, and the town needed a mayor. It was for no other reason. If she would have started hiring her kids and her husband for jobs in that town, then that would have been dealt with according to the law and should have been dealt with according to the law. So, you know, I want you to take a good look at that list, because I guarantee you're going to see towns in your district that I'm talking about here. And I want to close by doing a couple things. I want to talk to you about a guy named Trevor Waters, which I guarantee you nobody in this chamber, even my colleagues, have ever even heard of. Ever. But Trevor is a lifelong resident of Reesville, West Virginia. He grew up there. He's now raising his family there. He is the town's #1 maintenance guy. He's probably 32 years old. He does everything from fix potholes to fix busted water lines to fix sewage lines. He drives the garbage truck. He plows the snow. He does everything. He loves his town. He's never left. And he's on city council because he cares deeply about the community that he grew up in. And if we pass this bill as is without my amendment, guess what? We're telling Trevor, you can't serve your town anymore. Now, that doesn't make any sense. Trevor's a good man. He cares about his community. We all know people like that. We can't base this vote on one or two examples, extreme examples, or hypothetical examples that says somebody's going to hire their brother-in-law to be the city manager or hire themselves to be the city manager. Come on, folks. That's not what this is about. It's about people who want to serve their town. No hidden agenda here. It's only for the Class 4 municipalities under population 2,000. Now, what is wrong with that? What is wrong with asking people to step up to the plate? What is wrong with people who care deeply about their community and just happen to work there from serving on city council? I don't know. It seems kind of like a no-brainer to me. Again, I see no hidden agenda here. And, you know, I'll just say look at the list, because it's not coming to a town near you. It is in a town near you. And that's all it's about. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I request the yeas and nays.
Roll call's been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the gentleman's amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 58 ayes, 40 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Schott 2-23, number 1.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just sort of to set up this amendment, let's just go back to the purpose of the bill. Keep in mind that prior to about 2 months ago, about 1 month ago actually, in this state under the Ethics Act, it was illegal for any mayor to serve as an employee of the city that he served. So it was illegal. What happened was, and I think we went over this just the other day, the Ethics Commission issued an opinion that gave permission for a mayor to do that, and the only reason was because the Ethics Act didn't prevent it. So basically what the bill that's before you attempted to do was to restore that prohibition in all cases. Now, with the passage of the gentleman from the 50th Amendment, we've effectively insulated towns of under 2,000 from any type of accountability under the Ethics Act for violation of any type of conflict of interest rules. But my amendment actually opens up the opportunity for towns over 2000 to apply for an exemption, which is the process that has always existed in the Ethics Act. And it allows an exemption by the town and allows the Ethics Commission to grant an exemption if there's a lack of qualified candidates that run for the election of mayor or a position on the council, or that apply for appointment to such council or mayoral position. Now, the practical problem, of course, is if the person comes in before the day before the election or the day before the filing period and wants this exemption, but there's plenty of time between the date of the election and the date the position is filled for the commission to grant an exemption. This amendment basically opens up that process to any town now over 2,000, but still requires the request be made as it always has.
We are going to go back to the Senate now that has reconvened after a brief recess.
Mr. President, unanimous consent that the compassionate remarks made by the gentleman from Greenbrier in regards to SCR 10 be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Senator was on the list.
We are recording today's House floor session, so
Senator
you'll see how
Montague
this
wished
bill
to
ended
withdraw
up
the-
later today.
Okay. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 420, increasing tax rate on cigarette and tobacco products. Third reading of the bill.
Question on passage of the bill. Senior Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's of no surprise some of the things I'll say today. I think everybody's kind of familiar with this bill, but let me just touch the highlights. This bill was introduced as one of the governor's revenue measures for FY 2016 and 2017 budgets. Its original form, it would have generated about $18 million or almost $19 million for FY 2016. With the amendment, it generates actually $11 million more for 2016, and $78 million for 2017. With the amendment, it's somewhere in the range of $113 million, I think, is the revenue estimate, somewhere in that range. There was an amendment made, obviously, on the floor also to the bill that came to the floor amended by the Finance Committee, which basically captures the revenue, pending this bill makes it all the way to passage and signed by the governor, that the revenue increase of $40 million based on the extra 55 cents that's in this law would be captured for the general revenue for fiscal year 2016 and 17, and then beyond that from July 1st of 2017 on into the future. Every year the money is set aside for the reserve account of PEIA, and let me explain what that means. What that does not mean is that this goes to the premium side of the PEIA, because those who know that when we commit money to the premium from the state, that the participants have to pay 20% increase as well. It does not do that. It just puts it in the reserve, and the director of PEIA and the board themselves can draw from that reserve going forward in the future. I'm told by the director that he can use those funds to keep the plan relatively whole, the benefit structure similar to what it is now, and there shouldn't be dramatic premium increases in the future. So for those who interpret that as making PIA whole, it sounds like it does. So the provisions are that tobacco tax on cigarettes would be raised to $1.55 a pack, and other tobacco products, the OTPs they're called, I guess, go from 7% to 12% at their wholesale value. It imposes a tobacco tax on e-cigarettes by taxing e-cigarette liquids at 7.7 cents per milliliter. I think that's right. These changes would take effect also April 1st, 2016, beginning 2017, July 1st of 2017, and each year thereafter. The additional 55-cent increase would be in place. The first $1 million of that increase is dedicated to DHHR for tobacco settlement programs, and the rest will be dedicated to PEIA. That's what would happen beginning on July the 1st of 2017. 17 and going forward. I believe that explains it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I also rise in support of this piece of legislation. And I would like to have members take into consideration, this is more than a tax bill, although it has far-reaching implications as far as balancing about 3 years' budgets and taking care of our PEIA problem. But I think more importantly, this is a chance to do something different. You know, what has worked in the past hasn't worked. We have more adults smoking now than ever, more youth smoking than ever, and we also have more pregnant ladies who smoke. So I think by increasing this tax, we're going to look at a very important health impact on the state of West Virginia. We have more people dying from smoking-related illnesses, and our teens, that's what really I'm concerned about. 2,200 youth begin to smoke each year. If we can put a dent into that, it's going to have far-reaching implications as far as the future of our economic impact on our budgets and on future budgets and on our health programs. It costs the state of West Virginia about $2 billion a year in smoking-related illnesses. $2 billion a year. We have numbers that indicate that we have $277 million that we pay to Medicaid for smoking-related illnesses. If we can eliminate, and we can eliminate, by doing some behavioral modifications, you know, I don't hold out much hope that adults that smoke need to smoke, because we all know that nicotine is probably the most addicting drug that there is. But if we can make an impact on our youth, I foresee that we can make a great impact on this state. And it's for those reasons, not just for the money, but for the health impact that we're going to have on our state. Mr. President, I support this bill, and I hope every one of us will.
Further discussion? The junior senator from the 8th. Junior senator from the 17th, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this bill. You know, when I joined the legislature, everyone talked about how unhealthy our state was. Everyone runs that statistic off, and, you know, we're the most obese, we're one of the most unhealthy states. Well, one of the things that we can do with the fastest, greatest impact that we can possibly affect our state health is a smoking tax. Now, you know, proponents of this say, well, but it's my right to smoke, and I agree with you, but the choice of 27% of the population of West Virginia affects 100% of every citizen in the state of West Virginia. So I don't think it's unfair to ask them to shoulder a little bit of the burden of the cost that they're costing everybody. $2 billion is a big number. I think our Blue Ribbon Commission said $1 billion to fix a road. Well, if we could impact smoking, we can do a lot of things in the state. When you talk about jobs, which we all are pushing and trying our best to stimulate job growth, well, one of the big things for young people is a healthy state. They don't want to come to an unhealthy state where they can't go out and enjoy themselves without their lungs being filled with cigarette smoke. It's going to be a generational change. A $1 increase in this state, per the American Lung Association, shows not even a 12 but a 14% impact in smoking cessation. Now that's a big number in terms of cost. It's predicted we would save $44 million in medical cost alone. That's not to include other things such as the economic impact on jobs. When you're an employer and you've got people out smoking around the corner all the time, they're not being very productive in the workplace. The other things that people don't realize is hospitals are under tight budgetary constraints, and one of the big things that CMS is doing is dinging hospitals for readmissions for COPD. Chronic obstructive pulmonary disease is almost a primarily tobacco-induced lung disease. And when you come back in 30 days after being discharged because you don't take your medicines, because you go home and smoke and you reinflame the lungs, hospitals aren't going to be reimbursed for that. Where's that bottom line going to come from? What's our hospitals going to do? How's innovation going to happen when they're having to foot all the costs for that? The rest of the country has shown a steady decline in smoking, except for the state of West Virginia. Even when you talk to state medical, Dr. Gupta with public health,
They thought, well, maybe it's a regional thing. They've looked at the states around us. Every state around us continues to see a gradual decline in smoking, but West Virginia remains static. When you talk about smoking in pregnant women, if you talk to the neonatologists, they'll tell you patients that are addicted to narcotics, crack babies, it's violent. We've all seen videos and the little infants violently shaking, but those can be weaned off. It takes a few weeks. They can be weaned off, but the effects of smoking in utero is lifelong. That's permanent. The only other point I would talk about is there's a lot of discussion amongst members of this body and of the House regarding drug addiction. We are second to none. 34 of 100,000 people in this state die from overdose deaths. We're number one by far. Second place is way down the list. But multiple studies have proven that the effects of nicotine is far more addictive than that of heroin. If you look at statistics, West Virginians are dying at a rate over 10 times that from narcotics overdose. Yet we stand here and do nothing about it. I mean, there's very limited things you can do. The only thing statistically, other than education, is a increase in the tobacco tax. And then the question is, well, how much? Small amounts haven't shown benefit. It has to be $1 or more. You have to hit somebody in the pocketbook enough that they say, okay, well, now I'll quit. And what is the worst thing that can happen? You know, when you quit smoking, you breathe better, you feel better, you live longer, you get to be there for your grandbabies and your children's graduation. In terms of finances, on average, it's about $4,700 back in your pocket. And in a state that has workforce participation and some issues like that, that's a big number. That can help out a lot of people, $4,700. That's cash. So for these reasons and more, I stand and support and hope we vote yes.
Further discussion, Senator from Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this for a couple reasons. My wife, who runs the Byrd Center for Rural Health, has seen actually just what this junior senator from the 7th was talking about in terms of what, or the 17th, excuse me, that was talking about. In my estimation, we went on the PEIA side in 1994 and 95. I was the only one dumb enough to agree to be head of the select committee on PEIA. And you think some of the things that we're doing right now are tough. You do something that looks at that. At that point in time, we were paying the state was putting in 96% of the money, where the individuals were putting in 4%. We were on a cash basis accounting system, not an accrual basis accounting system. We were in such bad shape in 93 and 94 that we had to do something different. What this bill does is takes us a step in the right direction, because quite honestly, tobacco is a major reason why our health care costs on PEI are up. So there is a direct correlation between this and what's happening with PEIA. Therefore, I think that the senator from Marion's amendment that he talked about, and actually the way that the senior senator from the 4th from Putnam had articulated, was the right way to structure the money to be able to use it in the best manner as we move forward. Having gone through those struggles on PEIA, to get to an 80-20 plan was not easy. Staying there is something I think we need to do, because if you look at it from a business standpoint, most businesses are on an 80-20 plan. They continue to do that. Right now, we don't know what the health care costs are going to be, and particularly in a state when we have hospitals that only have 4 major payers into those hospitals when they stay there. I think this is a step in the right direction. I think that the tax is one that, you can sustain when you go back home in the fact that you were trying to help not only tobacco cessation, but you at the same time were trying to fix PEI as well as some of the budget revenue shortfalls we have right now in this upcoming budget, the budget we're in right now and the future budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one of the things that I've been contacted about throughout the course of events dealing with the budget and dealing with the issues over the course of this last few months has been something that the esteemed gentleman from Wayne County talked about, which was PEIA. PEIA is funded within our budget, and we've heard the senator from the 4th talk about that as well. It's in Article 20, Article 28 of our budget. The governor provided us information that showed that Public Employees Insurance Agency is funded within the budget. And I just want to assure the people at home, more than anything else, that the things that impact our public employees and our people at home, the governor has indicated certain things within that. Public Employees Insurance is just a part of that. The part we're talking about here is this particular tax legislation that the governor's proposed, necessary in order to fund the budget. Doesn't impact necessarily one particular line item, but it funds the budget. I agree that we had to find other locations where we could raise revenue. And in this particular instance, we have an additional revenue stream through the amendment that was attached to this particular piece of legislation that allows us to be able to realize the necessary revenue to operate the state off of. Our people at home need to understand that we are working diligently as their representatives here in this body, trying to find ways that we can raise the appropriate revenue stream to take care of the issues that are in this budget. I would urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion. If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 26 yeas, 6 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective April 1, 2016, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from April 1, 2016, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 26 yeas, 6 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from April 1, 2016. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 485, establishing regional recreation authorities and areas. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Senator from Upshur.
Oh, did he? Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of the committee substitute is to create enabling legislation to permit 3 or more contiguous counties to create a regional recreational authority for off-highway vehicle trail riding. The bill is drafted to be very similar to the language in Chapter 20, Article 14 that pertains to the Hatfield-McCoy ATV Trail. It is believed that there is high demand for more off-highway recreational vehicle trails in West Virginia, and that the development of these trail areas will boost economic development and tourism in the regional recreational areas, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain results on this question. 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 508 relating to civil claims for private nuisance. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 508 addresses actions for nuisance, private causes of actions for nuisance. It amends the code by creation of one new section of the code, which would be placed as Section 30 in Chapter 55, Article 7. It has 3 subsections in it. The first subsection relates to pre-suit notices. And so what it says is that before someone files a claim for a nuisance action, he has to give notice to the defendant that he is intending to bring the action, and it's a 60-day notice. The purpose of that is to, there are a couple purposes. One is to, without necessity of litigation, maybe a defendant or a putative defendant to be able to correct or remedy a situation addressed by the notice. The notice also must advise the defendant of an opportunity to participate in mediation pre-suit. So the idea is without litigation, disputes of that nature could be worked out in advance. It is a jurisdictional prerequisite. So what that means is that a person cannot file a suit, a nuisance suit, until he or she complies with this section. The bill provides for tolling of the statute of limitations during that 60-day pre-suit notice period. So, and that's similar to other situations in the law when the law requires pre-suit notices to toll the statute of limitations for that period of time. Subsection B creates some limitations on nuisance actions, and that's the whole heart of this bill. And what it says is, person may not maintain an action for nuisance unless, I'm flipping over all the parties, that unless the activity forming the basis of the alleged nuisance is in violation of a term or condition of, 1, an ordinance, statute, or regulation. So anything that is a violation of those things, ordinance, statute, or regulations, which is a nuisance, is still actionable. 2, an applicable license, permit, or order, or other authorization. Or 3, a court order or judgment. Subsection C is really just a standing piece, standing subsection, and it says no person may bring an action for nuisance unless that person has an ownership interest or a possessory interest in the property alleged to be affected by the nuisance. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator yield?
Senator yield. Senator yields.
Yes.
Senator, you indicated there's a 60-day pre-suit notice requirement under the legislation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is that similar to the type of notice that must accompany any suits against any governmental entity or agency?
I think there is. It is similar to that. There's in our state law, there's a notice, there's a requirement that before somebody sues a state or an agency of the state government, they have to give a pre-suit written notice to the Attorney General and I guess the agency head affected.
Right. Are there any other instances in the civil law where other civil defendants are afforded a 60-day advance warning letter?
I'm not personally aware. It's not a pre-suit notice, but there has to be a certificate of validity, I'll call it, for it with respect to the Medical Professional Liability Act. But I don't think, to answer the gentleman's question, that's not completely analogous to this.
But it's with a certificate of merit that is filed at the time of the filing of the suit, if I recall correctly, to show that you've had the case reviewed before you sue it, but it doesn't require that you give the physician, doctor, medical provider 60 days advance heads up that you're going to. Is that correct?
I think the gentleman is correct.
All right. So is there any other area of the law where we're giving any other civil defendant a 60-day pre-suit notice that you're aware of? I
Not
take
that
your answer is no.
Not that I can think of at the moment, but I will say this, I'm not confident that in my answer on that. There may be others. I just can't think of any right now.
During that 60-day period, is the activity that is attempted to be halted, stopped, or somehow minimized or curtailed or put some type of restrictions on? Are they enjoined? Is there any type of injunction that is attendant to the giving of the notice?
No injunction, no bar, nothing like that applies pre-suit. Presumably, a person who receives such a notice could, if he or she chose to, cease and desist or mitigate what he was doing that is alleged in the notice to be a nuisance. But there's nothing, if the gentleman's point is there's nothing in this subsection that requires it during that 60-day pre-suit period.
So I guess my question is, if they start hauling in the bulldozers and things and start tearing up the terrain and dust clouds and things of that nature, you've got to give them 60 days notice in advance, but you're prohibited from applying for the court to get some type of injunctive relief to stop some of the disturbing behavior in that interim?
That is correct.
Also, I understand that once a permit is issued, that you'll basically be prohibited from filing a common law nuisance claim against the company by virtue of the fact that they are the holder of a government-issued permit. Is that correct?
Well, just having a permit wouldn't give someone the benefit of protection or immunity, but to the Senator's broader point, the subsection B of this does endeavor to create a permit shield. And so if a person has a permit, the statute says license, permit, order, or other authorization, or court order or judgment, then there could not be an action for nuisance unless the activity is in violation of that. That's the way that's worded. Plus, there's the language about an ordinance, statute, or regulation. So an action for nuisance could be maintained if the activity violates an ordinance, statute, or regulation.
What if there is no such ordinance, regulation, or statute?
If there's no such ordinance, regulation, or statute, and there is no permit, or if there is a permit and it's not being violated, and when I say permit, I'm saying license, permit, order, or other authorization, or if there's no court order or judgment, then it would be a bar to an action for nuisance.
So if the permit is silent, doesn't address the issue of noise or dust or light or other organic potential materials, noxious fumes, etc., and a permit is silent, it doesn't even address it. Under this bill, you would be prohibited, because a permit is issued, from bringing a cause of action alleging any of those excessive noise, light, heat, dust, noxious fumes, etc. Is that not correct?
It is correct, except to this limited extent. If there is a statute or an ordinance or regulation that addresses those issues, then I believe that a nuisance action could be brought in that circumstance. For instance, I don't know how many counties do, but I'm familiar that Berkeley County, West Virginia, has a noise ordinance that's been adopted by the county commission. So theoretically, I have a permit for something and I'm making noise, but the permit doesn't address noise. If it occurs in Berkeley County, I think an action for nuisance could still be maintained because Berkeley County has a noise ordinance that applies throughout the whole county.
Would you agree with me that the DEP, as part of its permitting process, does not have any established rules or regulations concerning dust, noise, light, or other organic materials or noxious fumes as part of its permitting process that they must review, analyze, and engage in order to just make their permitting decision?
Well, I guess what I would say on that is that I'm not knowledgeable enough about all the permitting processes that are overseen by the DEP to know the answer to that question. I know they are the entity of state government that issues permits for a whole host of different things, and I do not know the particulars of what they require in terms of regulation or permit contents for many of those.
If I were to represent to you that there are no such regulations in place as part of the permitting process and the permit still issues, it would, under this bill, would it not be correct that the citizen would be prohibited from bringing their private nuisance action because of the fact that a permit has issued on that site in that location?
If you were to represent that, I would assume it would be true, because I know the gentleman to be truthful and more knowledgeable than I am about the nuances of DEP permits. And let me just say, I would have no basis to rebut that if that is the gentleman's representation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator from Braxton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the senator from Oregon yield?
Will the senator yield? The senator will yield.
Yes.
Senator, maybe we can kind of simplify this a little bit. How does this bill protect the citizens? How does this bill protect the citizens from wrongdoing by these companies?
Well, in point of fact, the purpose of this bill is to limit the circumstances in which citizens can file suit. People can file suit against neighbors or persons or businesses that are engaged in lawful activities under permits issued by the government upon their own properties.
Well, lawful activities would mean if it said something in the permit. I don't think it says anything in these permits about these type of activities, so I'm not sure how we define lawful activities, but I would hope that it's the intent of this body to make sure that we are protecting the citizens. And I do not see how this protects the citizens. I see how it hurts the citizens. I see how it makes it so much more encumbersome to try to defend themselves in something like this. It should be, another question that I have for you, to simplify this. If I live 4 or 5 miles down the road from this well.
From what?
From a well.
From a well.
Or salt, you pick anything, but I think this is more geared for oil and gas. And I am being damaged. What am I supposed to do now? I'm just a farmer with average means and things like that, and how am I supposed to protect myself from this nuisance, as the term we're using?
In the gentleman's hypothetical, I'd have to know more information than has been revealed at this point. Is the activity which you find annoying or aggravating or to be a nuisance in violation of an ordinance, statute, or regulation? That would be the first question. If it is, then I think you have a clear cause of action, but you have to go through the 60-day notice period first. If it's not a violation of law, ordinance, or regulation, if the activity which is annoying or alleged to be a nuisance is in violation of some license, permit, order, or other authorization that has been issued to the person engaged in the activity, then you would have an action for a nuisance if there's a violation. And finally, if the activity is in violation of a court order or judgment, then you would, in all three of those circumstances, have a right to, bring a case to court once the pre-suit notice period was complied with.
Well, in your opinion, do you think that this is a citizens-friendly piece of legislation?
I think this legislation, to be honest with my good friend, the senator from Braxton, I think this legislation is a good faith effort on the part of the subcommittee that worked the introduced bill and the Judiciary Committee to strike a balance between preserving the right of citizens to bring actions for nuisances in the circumstances outlined in the legislation, with protecting businesses from unwelcome, frivolous, or multiple unfounded claims for nuisances.
Could you give me an example of how this is striking a balance for the citizens?
Well, it would be, you know, I could make, does the gentleman desire for me to try to make one up, or just a hypothetical?
Well, whichever you choose. I'm just trying to get an understanding of how that this actually helps the citizens. That's the part I'm having trouble. As I read this bill today, I'm having real trouble figuring out how that this is protecting the citizens' rights. We talk about the permits and things like that, but I don't see how this bill protects the citizens' right. I'm not getting the balance part, I guess, of this bill.
And I will concede, if this is the gentleman's point, I will concede that this bill narrows, in some degree, the universe of circumstances in which people could file a nuisance lawsuit, nuisance litigation. But the balance is in what I had read previously. I'll read it again. It expressly allows litigation, a citizen to file a nuisance suit against someone for activity that is alleged to be a nuisance, that is a violation of an ordinance, a statute, or regulation, or violation of a license, permit, order, or other authorization, or that is a violation of a court order or judgment. And so, to the extent that it preserves actions for nuisance in that realm, or those realms, it protects the rights of citizens.
But you would agree, if it doesn't mention those things in the permit about noise and dust and stuff, then they're pretty much kind of out of luck. If that would be the circumstances that would cause you the nuisance.
Yes, as long as there's not also violation of an ordinance, statute, or regulation, or a violation of a court order or judgment.
But I think it would be fair to say that probably 95% of the areas where we're talking about would not have any ordinances.
That, sir, I have no way of knowing.
Well, I mean, you've tried a lot of cases around, and I don't think you've seen very many of these ordinances out in the country too much. I think that'd be fair to say that.
And in truth, in fairness to my good friend from Braxton County, I'm, the geographical area in which I practice law is somewhat limited to.
Knowing what I know about your area, I think that this would not be very well received in your part of the state. This bill. Thank you for your answers, Mr. President. Do I still have the floor, Mr. President?
Senator Braxton.
Look, folks, what we're doing here is not fair to the people. I mean, if you've not been out in the oil fields and things and stuff, and I understand how that you wouldn't understand, but look, our energy is one of the things that drives this state, and we're so thankful that we have it. But these kind of things are not good if it doesn't benefit everybody. And the most important and precious things that people have is their farms. And to allow these companies to come in and cause nuisances is just not fair, and it's not necessary. This can be done without causing these nuisances if the companies choose to do that. But if we take this away, it's just not a good thing, and we're not protecting the people. We're not talking about wealthy people that have the money to go get lawyers and things. They're not going to understand these rules. That's 60 days and things like that. They're not going to know that. The only thing they know is they used to have a quiet, enjoyable place to live, and now they don't, and they have no recourse. This isn't a good bill, folks, and it's not fair to the citizens. I urge to turn it down.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the gentleman from Morgan yield at least one more time?
Will the senator yield? The senator will yield.
To my good friend, the senator from Harrison, happily.
Thank you, Senator. You know, I opposed this bill in committee, and I have to ask a few questions just for clarification so that the body can understand. Certainly, this is a as you said, a narrowing of the rights of West Virginia property owners. In other words, we're going to make it harder to defend their property rights by this bill. I mean, that's obvious. Do you agree?
It will narrow the scope of circumstances in which nuisance suits, private nuisance suits, can be filed and maintained.
And by its very definition, nuisance suits are one of the ways folks protect their property rights in West Virginia. So we're narrowing that. We're decreasing their ability to protect their property because we're taking away one of the weapons or tools, whatever you want to call it, for them to do so.
Is that a question?
Well, it is. I mean, it may be somewhat rhetorical, but let me move past that. I understand. If you don't agree, I understand.
Well, I'll give you a partial concession. I don't think we're taking it away. We're narrowing the circumstances where that tool, the tool of a nuisance lawsuit, can be utilized.
Right. And I agree there's, occasionally frivolous lawsuits, and the judges in our state, great state, have taken care of those when they have no basis in fact or law. The courts will take care of frivolous lawsuits, but what we're doing is removing the opportunity to bring a civil action if you believe you're being damaged by a nuisance. In other words, we have the permit shield, correct?
Well, okay, let me answer the gentleman's question this way, because I don't think we're eliminating the opportunity to bring an action except in that you have to go through the 60-day pre-suit notice regimen set forth in the bill first. So, and we're not saying to anybody, you can't file your lawsuit. What this bill does is it alters the circumstances in which you can win your lawsuit, but not whether or not you can file it.
Well, it goes a little beyond winning. It really goes to even bringing it, because if the creator of the nuisance has a permit and is operating within whatever the parameters of that permit are, or with some activity related to the permit, then no suit can be brought against him unless it falls into one of the three exceptions for violation of the permit, violation of the ordinance, or violation of a court order.
And this may be a distinction without a difference. I think the suit could still be brought. I don't think it would be successful, though. The court would be directed to apply this standard and perhaps dismiss a suit if it doesn't fall within one of the areas.
And we know that this is an oil and gas bill, but let me give you an example, and you tell me how it would come out, of something that is more mundane and everyday, because every time we try to change the common law in this state, it has far-reaching effects, often beyond what we intended to. But let's say that I operate a sewage plant with a permit, and through no negligence, but through some flaw or some reason, sewage keeps backing up in the senator from Morgan's house. As long as I'm operating within the confines of my permit, and obviously operating a sewage plant, there's things incidental to it, the nuisance suit could not be brought unless allowing sewage to get into your house was a violation of an ordinance, or a violation, it's not a violation of the permit, or a violation of a court order. There would be no nuisance suit for that anymore.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think in that hypothetical, in the gentleman's hypothetical, a permit, a wastewater discharge permit, some of those I have seen, would have requirements in it that would prevent that from happening or make that to be a violation of a permit.
Well, I've seen the same permits. There's no violation for the accidental backup of sewage into someone's house. Sure, there's discharge requirements, there's water quality requirements, but there's no actual violation of the permit if sewage backs up into the senator's house. So we're taking away, unless somebody could prove negligence, we're taking away the ability of you to protect your property in that instance from a nuisance suit, because I would be operating within the permit.
Yeah, I think in the senator's hypothetical, a person aggrieved by that factual scenario could probably bring an action for negligence and would not have to rely on an action for nuisance.
I certainly recognize that if I can prove negligence, or if you could prove negligence against me, you could maintain your suit. But if you were forced to rely simply on the nuisance, and certainly everybody will agree sewage in your living room is a nuisance, a bad nuisance. If you had to rely simply on the cause of action nuisance, this bill could very well result in the dismissal of your suit if I'm operating within the terms of the permit and any action I took was incidental to the permit itself.
Well, and I think it might also be, in your hypothetical now, the sewage is in the living room. I think it's probably prima facie evidence of negligence or ipso facto negligence.
Let me try it to you this way, Senator, and I really think this is important. You certainly couldn't bring a nuisance suit as long as I was operating within the confines of my permit. That cause of action would be gone to you.
I agree with that. If there's no violation of the permit and absent some other ordinance, statute, or regulation, which I think might apply in that scenario, but...
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, thank you.
And I appreciate those answers, and with your permission, Mr. President, briefly, we talked about this bill yesterday. It is so broad that we are usurping the property rights of every West Virginian, including us, to defend our property from reductions in values due to our neighbors' actions. They're rare. Until we started building Marcellus well pads, you probably could count the number of them in any one year on your hands and fingers. But you know what? That law's there to protect our citizens. It's to protect our families, our neighbors. And we're making a drastic mistake by passing this bill, which absolutely gives blanket immunity to operate in this state to the detriment of neighboring properties. I urge a no vote on Senate Bill 508.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in opposition to the bill. While the bill may have been tolerable if we adopted the amendment that failed yesterday, the bill in its present form is absolutely awful for the people and citizens of this state of West Virginia, as mentioned by the senator from Braxton. You know, there is a distinction. We have on the books in this state a cause of action for private nuisance under the common law since probably the origin of our state and before. It's always been the ability to file a suit if somebody infringes on and destroys your property or interferes with your use or enjoyment of your property. This bill curtails and significantly reduces, if not completely prohibits, in most instances, the filing of any type of suit. We're abolishing the cause of action for nuisance in many effects for the oil and gas industry. As mentioned during the questioning of the senator from Morgan, when government gets sued, you have to give 60 days notice. But I submit to you, I can't think of, and I think neither could he or anybody else in this room can think of any other instance where private corporations are elevated to the same standing and status of government, which is basically what this bill does. We've got to give them a 60-day advance notice that we intend to sue them. No other entity, no other individual. You don't get that benefit. I don't get that benefit. But Exxon, Chevron, Mobil, they'll all get that benefit. And many times these are instances of nuisance where there's activity going on. It is bothersome, severely bothersome. With a 60 days notice, you can't even get an injunction to get a court to say, stop it. Stop it. Halt your activity that is causing the harm. In this instance, it must go and continue to go on for 60 days without the ability to address it by the courts, because 60 days haven't lapsed. But for 60 days, the dust, the noise, the noxious smell continues. And by the time you get to court, it may be too late. When you file the suit, normally you have 30 days to answer when you sue a corporation, so now we're almost to 90 days. Thing could be done and built before we ever get a chance to have the case heard. And then when you get into court, they're going to say, well, there's prohibited from bringing this because the company got a permit. Well, I submit to you, what does a permit cover? Does it address noise? No. The noise that's being complained of here that's causing the problem? No. It's not addressed by the DEP. Did it address dust levels? No, never looked at that. What about light? You're standing there with a light outside your bedroom window going 24/7, 365. No, never looked at the light issue. What about the smell? It smells like sewage. No, we didn't look at that. That's not part of our you know what? It's not part of the permitting process. And you know why they haven't looked at any of those things? And those are the common nuisances. Because they're not required to. If we wanted to set a bill that was fair for the people, we would first, Mr. President, and lady and gentlemen in this body, set the standards. What are acceptable levels of noise, of dust, of noxious fumes, of light from distances within that activity? We would force and require our DEP to first set the standards so there would be an objective measurement of whether or not what is going on or not going on is reasonable. I submit to you there are no ordinance or state regulations addressing those things. There are certainly no DEP regulations, and they are the permitting agency that issues the permits that are critical to the activity even occurring. So we're giving blanket immunity because someone has a permit. You can't bring a suit against them, even though the criteria that is bothersome hasn't even been addressed or looked at. That's wrong, Mr. President. That's wrong for the people of this state. It's wrong for our citizens. It's wrong for our voters. You know, just before I came on the floor, I had a gentleman, I don't know if he's here in the balcony, by the name of Raymond Justice, came into my office, pleading with me in tears. Elderly man, has allergies and medical conditions. Says he has a compressor station within 300 feet of his home. It runs 24 hours a day. It lets out things that are bothersome. His doctor has told him he needs to leave. He's had his house for sale. Can't find one buyer. Not one. Not offered one red cent. Nowhere to go. His health can't stand the activity that's going on there with standards that haven't been considered. And he's come to us, and I sent him to the folks that represent Putnam County, and hopefully you had a chance to see him. They're pleading for our help. And what we are doing here today are leaving these people, our citizens, our people, our voters, without a remedy of any kind. Of any kind. There are no standards set. There are no rules in place, and they are precluded from bringing a claim that has been recognized for hundreds of years in this state. We're hurting our people. We are giving, in our zest to create jobs, zest to encourage an industry that I encourage as well. We're abandoning our people. I can never think there is a difference. The DEP is set up to take care of public nuisances that occur to the environment. But private nuisances are to take care of the people that live in our homes, our communities, our farms. Those are the folks that we are absolutely under this bill hurting, neglecting, and forgetting. This bill may be well-intentioned, encouraging business, it is, but it's discouraging fair treatment of our citizens. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, this bill needs to go down. We need to rework things. If we want to order our DEP to set standards and then create them and then say, now you've got a standard to apply evenly, objectively, always, uniformly. And if you're below that or above that, if it's above 70 decibels, which is the standard can make you go deaf, then you can bring your suit. If it isn't, you can't. Let's set standards first, Mr. President, and then decide whether or not we can limit access to the courts. This bill is wrong. It's wrong for the people of our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had not planned to speak to this until the Senator from Braxton spoke so eloquently. And I want to come back to a few years ago, the example that we did try to strike a balance. I truly believe this is not a balance of equities. This clearly is not a balance of equities within this bill. What we did in the Select Committee on Marcellus Shale, chaired by the Senator from Braxton, I was a member of that committee, and we did yeoman's work over a 7-month period to balance the equities and see that we had a bright future, and it is a bright future in gas drilling. Once this slumps over in prices, there's a bright, it is the future of West Virginia, in my mind. In that select committee, we did not address some of these issues on noise, pollution, air pollution, light pollution. We intentionally stayed away from those areas. Now, why? We were striking a balance in favor of the industry. It would have been overly burdensome if we had done that. We took extreme criticism for not dealing with some of these areas from certain groups. The senator from Braxton particularly was demonized for some of the areas that we dealt with in that bill. But we did that on purpose, to not tie the hands of an industry that is the future, is a huge portion of the future of the state of West Virginia. That's why those items are not in that horizontal drilling regulations. Because we knew the courts, as they have for hundreds of years, balance the equities. Now, clearly in committee, I believe it came up that we had maybe 200 of these suits pending, or a year, or whatever, and there's talk about frivolous lawsuits, because I think that's what this is all about. And there may be. There was no evidence of what percentage of these are frivolous. So let's pick a number. We asked that question, couldn't answer it. Is it 10%? Well, this bill sweeps 90% of the people that are harmed under the rug. And I think that would be wrong. Pick another number. If you don't agree with that 90%, maybe it's 50%. I doubt it, but 50%. Those 50% of our West Virginia citizens that have been damaged and have gone to court to resolve the issue will be swept under the rug. Now, we tried to balance the equities in the Marcellus Shale bill, and I'm proud of that work product. Let's not do this. Let's not do this and sweep, whether it's 90% or 50% of the people that have been harmed, that take the ultimate step to go to court with this, not ignore them that they have been harmed and sweep them under the rug. I urge rejection of this bill, Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the second time today that I had not anticipated speaking, but feel like I'm obligated to. I was chairman of the subcommittee that considered this bill, and I can tell you all the members of that subcommittee were individuals who sponsored this legislation. And after looking at it in more detail, we're really seriously concerned about the potential impact that it may have. Obviously, all of us here work on legislation with good intent, not only to for the betterment of our citizens, but also job growth and economic opportunity. And that is very much what we tried to achieve in this legislation. The introduced version, we felt as a group, went way too far. It had a requirement for bodily injury, it had a requirement for property damage in order to bring a nuisance suit, and in our opinion, was no balance at all. That was, it would be potentially harmful to the citizens, the landowners, mineral owners that are addressed in this bill, and others. So after taking consideration, and we heard from both sides of the issue, and quite frankly, there was very little compromise offered by either side. They were kind of at a sticking point, and no real solutions were offered. So we felt like it was up to us to do the best we could to come up with that compromise. And there are two major portions of this bill, the introduced version, the one which I already mentioned, and the one which is retained in the bill. So in our research, in my research, and research at council and others on the committee, we looked at what other states are doing, and a permit shield is a common practice in states all around the country to make sure that these suits do not become frivolous, but that they are actually for the intended purpose of an actual nuisance. And while there may be disagreements about the applications in which someone can file a nuisance suit, we have retained, in my opinion, adequate ability to have that the action to bring that suit. And it's for that reason that I do feel that this is a fair balance. It was something that was painstakingly considered by all individuals and individuals on both sides of the aisle. And for that reason, I urge passage.
Senator from Marshall.
Senator from Ohio, yield.
Senator from Ohio, yield. Senator yield.
Certainly.
How many states, if you know, Senator, have these type of permit shields?
I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, to be honest with you.
Do you know those that have them have objective standards or regulations in place that deal with noise?
I'm sorry?
Do those states that do have them, do they have standards in place through their permitting process that address the issue of noise?
If my recollection is correct, it varied from state to state.
What about dust? Do you know if they have dust regulations?
In all regulations, it varied from state to state.
The same with light?
That would be all variations, yes, sir.
So that it varies, but so there's no uniformity between the 6 states or a handful of states that have them, is what you're telling me?
If my recollection is correct, yes.
You live up in that area, and you know where you and I both live up, and you would agree with me, there's a great deal of drilling activity that goes on up in that area. Is that correct?
Certainly is.
And we both have heard, I'm sure, from numerous constituents over the last couple of days and weeks as this has been concerned that we've been discussing this, that have expressed their concerns through emails, phone calls, things of that nature. I don't know about your office, but I can tell you that my office has been overwhelmingly, or the overwhelming majority of the calls, emails, et cetera, that I've received from citizens have been in opposition to this bill. Has that been the same? Have you received same type of communication?
I did receive a considerable number of emails that I believe that, in my opinion, looked like a form email that was part of a, we typically get these throughout to every session where a group or an organization will make a marketing effort, and the ones that I was seeing in my email box that were opposed to it all appeared to be of the exact same verbiage and just with a different name on each one.
I guess a fair question, did you receive any private citizen outreach in support of this legislation?
I did.
I'd love to have the names of those folks, if you wouldn't mind, after the floor.
I'll check with them if they're okay with that, and I'd be happy to provide them to you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator from Braxton.
Would the senator continue to yield, please?
Senator yields.
You had said earlier that the subcommittee looked at this and that you thought that you had striked a fair balance between there. I'm still having a problem. What balance part did you think was fair for the citizens? What part of this bill do you think helps the citizens?
Well, as I mentioned previously, the introduced version of the bill had a requirement for bodily injury and property damage. There were two major components to the original introduced bill, that being one of them, the permit shield being the other. So we essentially took out that one half of the consideration.
Well, but I'm talking about as far as the citizens here being able to object or to be able to do something about someone who creates these nuisances. Where does this bill help them? Where does this bill benefit them?
Well, as the Judiciary Chairman outlined earlier, I won't repeat all the courses of action that are in the bill, but I believe that the citizens still have that ability through the provisions outlined by the Judiciary Chairman previously.
So you would agree that we've narrowed the scope like the chairman said?
Yes,
now,
sir.
narrowing means that we've brought it in. So they had to lose something for this to be narrowed. What did they lose?
As the Judiciary Chairman outlined previously, the universe in which a course of action for a lawsuit can be made is narrowed.
Right. So you're admitting that the citizens have lost something here.
The ability to file a lawsuit has been narrowed.
Right. And is that not important? Is it not important that we protect these citizens' rights from this?
Yes, sir, and I would say that's why we retain the exceptions within the bill.
But we narrowed. We took away from the citizens. Now, what did we give the industry?
I don't know how to answer
Well,
that question.
it's your all's bill. You've worked it. I mean, I think that's a fair question. We've established that we've narrowed, so we took away from the citizens, so we had to give back to the industry.
I think what the industry has gained is a defense for those who abide by the law.
A fence for those that abide.
Defense.
Oh, a defense for
Yes,
those
sir.
who abide by the law. If you're abiding by the law, you don't need a defense. You're following the law, and that's okay.
I can't say that I agree with that necessarily. I think there are lawsuits that are filed when industries or companies abide by the law. They still are, have lawsuits filed against them.
So you would agree, though, that we've narrowed the ability to file lawsuits. So we've established that part. So that would be giving to the industry by narrowing the citizens. The only point that I'm trying to make here is what this is a giving and a taking. We're giving to the industries and taking from the citizens who have not one thing involved in here. See, the misconception, we're not talking about the land, the mineral owner. The mineral owner's compensated for his damages. We're talking about the people who live down the road. See, the way it is now, there's rules of we don't bring one truck in, 10 trucks. The way it is now, we could tie these roads up all day long, and there's not a thing you're going to be able to do about it. There's a lot of things. What about the school buses? What about an ambulance needing to get in there? And here's all these trucks sitting in the middle of the road. Would you like that to be one of your family members?
No, Senator, and I would suggest that in that example that you just made, oftentimes the times that those trucks are run are designated by government agencies.
That's exactly right, and we did that. We put those in these bills. But see, that's the difference. This becomes a nuisance now. That's a nuisance now that we don't have any recourse back over. All I'm saying is look, this is something that the industry does not need. You're in an area, you know how the drilling is, and it's a good thing. We want them to drill. We want the taxes, we want the jobs. But we need to make sure that we're trying to give a balance where everybody does good with this. Not at the expense of the guy who has, or lady, family, who has nothing to do but just where they live. All we're asking for is to let them be able to defend themselves if they're wrongdoing. And we've admitted now that we've narrowed, we've taken away from these people. We've taken away from these people and gave to the industry, and it's just not fair because the industry has the ability to hire lawyers, defend themselves and stuff way easier than the citizens do. And I'm sure that the intent of this bill was good, but the long reaching of it is not good, and we're hurting the people who don't have the ability to help themselves. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the of Senate Bill 508, and for a couple of reasons. And really, let me just first say the subcommittee vote when these provisions were moderated and the bill lessened in impact was unanimous. And so as we go through this process, a lot of these issues have been vetted, and I completely respect and admire the comments by my friends who are opposed to this measure. But what I would say is when we talk about whether the people get something or the industry gets something out of this, that's not our attempt here. That's not our goal to give and to take. What we're trying to say is let's allow a business, an entity, to operate within the confines of their permit. And if the permit allows them to, why would you be subjected to a nuisance lawsuit if you're conducting your business within the confines of your permit and you're doing it in such a way that, it's just commiserate with the business that you're in, and then you're subject to these nuisance lawsuits. In fact, many of the companies that we talk to, some of our best corporate citizens are subject to 200 and 300 lawsuits as a result of just conducting their businesses. And we certainly want to protect the people of West Virginia. We hope and we expect that the provisions within this bill will do so. But I would also say that helping the people of West Virginia, we could swing this pendulum however we want to swing it. And if we could swing it so far that businesses will not locate here and they will not conduct their businesses, and are we helping the people? Is that helping the people, Mr. President? What I would say is we have to somehow find that middle ground. This is an attempt to do this, to find the middle ground, to eliminate some of these nuisance lawsuits that are frivolous. And frankly, this bill has come to us, and this issue has been raised to us because some out-of-state entities have come here and found West Virginia as a good ground to conduct these lawsuits. And we are disappointed in the fact that some of our best corporate citizens are being targeted by some of these institutions and entities. And so we want to try to find that balance. We hope we've struck it with this bill. We think that we have. We've moderated it in great extent, as has been talked about through the subcommittee, a unanimous vote. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I would say that let's give this a chance and see if we can make and strike that proper balance that allows businesses to flourish and our people to be protected when they're outside the confines of the permit. And so for those reasons, I would ask that we support this measure. Thank you.
Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've sat here and listened to all this for 45 minutes now, and I have to rise in response because I didn't know there was any lack of oil and gas companies who wanted to come and pull the gas out of our ground. I didn't know they weren't coming here. I didn't know this law was chasing them off, that they didn't want all the gas and money that we have underneath our ground. If I'd have known that, I would have supported this bill. But that's not the case. The only thing that oil and gas rises and falls on is the price at the wellhead. And it's low right now, and they're not drilling. But it doesn't have anything to do with nuisance suits, which they should defend, and which they will win if they're not committing a nuisance. But the reality is they can't win them because they are taking the value out of our West Virginia properties, and this bill will allow them to do it with a government stamp of approval. Vote against the bill. It's wrong.
Further discussion? Recognize the Senator from Morgan to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. This has been thoroughly vetted on the floor of the Senate, in subcommittee, in the Judiciary Committee, as has been mentioned by a few of those who've spoken already. As the Majority Leader said, the original bill that was introduced was too broad, and it made the opportunity for citizens to pursue or prosecute nuisance suits too limited. And I will compliment the work of the subcommittee and the Judiciary Committee for their work on this to moderate it and make it what it is, a genuine, bona fide, good faith effort to try to strike the right balance between preserving the rights of citizens and allowing a business to develop and grow in West Virginia. I urge passage of the bill.
Question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine.
Senate Bill 508 relating to civil claims
Has
for
every
private
member
nuisance.
voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 20 yeas, 12 nays, 2 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 565, allowing well pad and road construction for oil and gas activities. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. The purpose of this bill is to allow well pad and road construction for oil and gas activities that are done pursuant to a stormwater permit. The bill clarifies the requirements of this Section 7 apply only to well work permits and not to stormwater permits. The bill substantially changes West Virginia Code Section 226A-7A to make it unlawful for any person to commence work, any well work particularly, other than the site preparation work without first securing from the Secretary a well work permit. For purposes of this section, site preparation work includes well pad and road construction done in accordance with a stormwater permit for oil and gas activities for a horizontal well. The committee substitute adds sections N through P to West Virginia Code Section 226A-7. These subsections require an operator to provide notice to property owners of planned entry to a surface tract, to conduct plat surveys, as well as notice of work related to well pad and road construction done pursuant to a stormwater permit. I urge passage of the bill now.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Nicholas yield?
Senator yields. Senator yields.
So as I understand this bill, it permits them to start doing, the oil and gas companies start doing the road work and site preparation before they even have their DEP permit. Is that right?
No, they receive a DEP permit. It's called a stormwater permit.
All right.
That's issued by DEP, contiguous or at the same time.
So they've got a stormwater permit, which basically deals with flows in the event of a storm and making sure there's no flooding. Is that correct?
The stormwater permit actually is designed and developed in order to control waters that would leave the site. Also deals with other contaminants that would leave the site as part of the construction activities for the specific location.
All right, but this lets them go ahead and get the site prepped and ready to go before they've even received their work permit from the DEP, is well permit.
Before they have the well permit, that's correct.
So as I understand it, even before they've applied for or received their well permit from the DEP, Office of Oil and Gas, the fact that they have a stormwater permit will permit them to commence their activity, correct?
They would start the well work permit process at the same time that they would submit this particular permit activity. The permits would be, the permit for the stormwater would potentially be issued before the well work permit.
But they have to have their stormwater permit in hand.
They would still have to have the stormwater permit in hand, yes, before they could do the well work permit.
And so if they get their stormwater permit in hand, they can start all their other site prep and do all their other stuff for their well even before their well site permit is issued by the DEP.
This particular permit would be issued particularly with regard to the construction of the road and the well pad permit, or the well pad site, in preparation or anticipation of the well work itself.
So I guess my concern is under this last bill we just passed that just we just got out of here on the nuisance, the fact that they have this storm water permit from the DEP would give them complete immunity from suits, a nuisance suit for noise. Is that not correct?
From noise, because noise is not part of a stormwater permit.
It would give them complete immunity, would not be able to bring a nuisance suit for odors, or is that correct? Because they would have a permit of some kind in hand.
They would have the stormwater permit, which deals with practices on the site with regard to ground disturbing activities and stormwaters that would leave the site that have potential contaminants, and that also deals with work on the road as well.
Well, I guess my point is this. Under the bill we just passed about nuisance, by holding a permit, you are granted basically immunity from any nuisance suit because of the fact that you're holding a permit in hand issued by a government-regulated entity or agency, regardless of the fact that that permit didn't even address noise, dust, light, and other potential nuisances. Is that not true?
Yeah, you would have a permit in hand for the permitted site construction activities.
Thank you. And if I may, in light of what we just passed with the nuisance suit, I'm even doubly concerned now about what we're doing, because even before the well work permit is issued by the DEP, we're giving an advance permit from the DEP for stormwater that really may or may not have much to do with the drilling activity that's going to go on, but I can envision certainly a scenario where by having this early stormwater permit issued by a governmental agency of the state of West Virginia, you can wave that up in front of any citizens of the state and say, sue me for nuisance. I don't care during this process while I'm working on my storm sewer permit, creating the roads, building the site plan, doing the pad preparation, I can do whatever I want. Because again, there are no standards, no rules, no regulations. All we're doing under this bill, Mr. President, is moving the target out even further before we even get into the activity that is really the purpose of the entire permit process in and of itself, and that's to get to the well permit. And so I'm going to vote against this bill because I think it not only moves the bar even further, even lower. I didn't think we'd get much lower than the last bill, but this bill even moves the bar lower. It is giving immunity for even pre-well site activity occurring, because you've got a stormwater permit. They may go out and get their gun permit, and it could be a gun permit, concealed carry permit. And who knows, they may have regulations, they may be barred from a nuisance suit on that too. So for that reason, Mr. President, I urge the rejection of this bill.
Senator from Braxton.
You know, there's an old saying that politics makes funny bed partners. Well, I have to disagree with my senator, our leader from Marshall, on this one, and let me tell you why. The reason that I support this bill is what this does, it gives the operators the ability to build their locations when the weather's the best. You still have to get your storm water permit. Now, in order to be able to get your well permit, you have to follow the guidelines of it. And one of the guidelines is your location has to be engineered by a certified engineer. We're not going to go out there and build this well location without having it engineered beforehand, because no engineer is going to come on a job that we built without their plans and certify it. The intent of this bill is to allow the oil and gas companies to build these locations when the weather is good. You won't have the slip problems, you won't have the mud on the road problems, you'll get a better job, and quite honestly, it'll save money in doing it that way. But at the end of the day, in order to set that rig up and drill, you have to have your permit and you have to follow all of the guidelines of the permit. So for that reason, I think this is a good bill, and I do support it.
Senator from Logan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to, I think you should be able to express or defend or talk about or debate any way you choose to vote on a bill. The previous bill, I signed on early on. And I did so because I thought when I signed on to it that it would prevent frivolous lawsuits. I did think that that bill was fixable, and I thought if the subcommittee went just a little bit more in detail, I could have voted for it. But I do support this bill, and I agree with my colleague from Braxton. I'm pro-business. I want everybody, but there's an equilibrium that we have to have with our citizens of the business. But this allows a time-sensitive ability to people to set up, get their storm permit, and do what's right in the industry. So with that, and the fact I know DEP is they do a great job on these water permits, and with that, I support the bill.
Further discussion. Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise briefly in support of this bill. It's common sense. This is how you make business do a better job and work smarter, and I would urge all members to vote for the bill.
Further discussion. If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the
Senate Bill 565, allowing well pad and road construction for oil and gas activities.
Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 31 yeas, 1 nay, 2 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present voting, having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 591 relating to voter registration list maintenance and combined voter registration and driver licensing fund. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 591 amends 2 sections of the West Virginia Code. They're both in Chapter 3, Article 2, and they relate to Section 4A is the statewide voter registration database, and the other section amended is Section 12, which is the combined voter registration and driver licensing fund. So this bill actually was brought to us by the West Virginia Secretary of State. The Secretary of State now, under current law, engages in activities and is permitted to do so to try to identify whether or not there are areas when the voter registration lists in the state can and should be updated, and that could be a result of people moving from place to place, deaths, that sort of thing. And they're allowed to participate in information gathering for that purpose. This bill will add some language which will permit the Secretary of State and the Division of Motor Vehicles to enter into an agreement together whereby the DMV will provide information to the Secretary of State. And the information are name fields, residence and mailing address fields, driver's license, state ID numbers, the last 4 digits of social security numbers, et cetera, et cetera. And that information would then be available to the Secretary of State for the Secretary of State's office to do what it does to try to collect information about, all designed to make sure that the voter registration rolls are updated and accurate. The second section in this bill, Section 12, relates to the combined voter registration driver licensing fund, which gets 50 cents out of every license fee collected right now. And this doesn't change that, doesn't change the fees, but what it does is it changes slightly, adds a couple purposes that the money can be used for. And those include payment of dues or fees associated with a program to match and transfer data to and from other states. So that's that voter information we're talking about. And also resources related to voter registration and list maintenance. And then the final subsection of that section provides that any balance in that fund over $100,000 as of June 30th of 2017 and every year thereafter will be transferred to the Supreme Court of Appeals Public Campaign Financing Fund established in Chapter Section 5, Article 12 of Chapter 3. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
The questions on passage of the bill, is there discussion? Senator from Jefferson.
Chair yield.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, since we're dealing with voter registration and driver's license, I just want to make sure after your impassioned convincing plea on the gun bill about Justice Scalia's words about certain constitutional rights shall not be abridged, and you used voter registration as an example of that, that there's nothing in this bill that requires license to vote?
No, sir. No license to vote and no payment of a fee to be able to vote.
But there's nothing requiring have a driver's license. Since the two are commingled in the bill, I just wanted to make sure the body knows there's nothing in here that would require a driver's license to vote.
Not in this bill.
Okay,
no,
great.
sir.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 32 yeas, 0 nays, 2 absent. Not voting more than a majority of those present and voting have been voted in the affirmative. I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on.
We're going to go ahead and leave the Senate floor today. They are finished with their bills up for debate and passage, and take you now to the House of Delegates. This is recorded from earlier today. Be aware of some bills that received a lot of debate. Senate Bill 7, establishing wrongful conduct rule. Senate Bill 387, the raw milk bill. And House Bill 4360, increasing the criminal penalty for the unlawful practice of law. Let's go ahead and see what the House was doing while the Senate was in session.
Substitute for Senate Bill 7, establishing wrongful conduct rule prohibiting recovery of damages in certain circumstances.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, first a reminder, we will be looking at the committee substitute, the strike and insert amendment that came out of the Judiciary Committee. It's a little bit of confusion yesterday regarding whether we were looking at the Senate committee substitute or our strike and insert. So we'll be working from the strike and insert, which we adopted here in the chamber previously. Basically, if you'll remember back to last year when we did some work on the comparative fault and joint and several liability area, we installed a very narrow exception to a plaintiff's recovery that is a form of the wrongful conduct rule, which basically in certain circumstances would bar a plaintiff from bringing a suit if they engaged in certain types of conduct. And there are variations of that rule, but essentially our adoption of that, I think it was House Bill 2002 last year, basically required that the person, in order for that bar to be effective, the person would have to be convicted of a felony that had a direct result on their injuries for which they were seeking recovery in the civil action. Shortly after we passed that bill, the state Supreme Court had before it a case out of Mingo County, which was involving a number of individuals who sued 3 pharmacies and a number of 4 doctors for their addiction to drugs. And the Supreme Court looked at that situation, and in a 3-2 decision ruled that those folks could go forward with their case, and basically the decision as to whether their conduct was barred would be left up to a jury based on a comparative fault type of analysis. And of course, I'm sure as you remember, that case received a lot of attention. And basically the swing vote in that case indicated that the reason that person ruled the way he did was that we had in our bill just passed about a day or so before they took that case up, indicated there had to be proof of a conviction of felony, and that seemed to be a determinative factor for the the justice who made that decision. So what we've done in what the Senate did in Senate Bill 7 and what we've done in connection with the strike and insert in amendment was basically tighten that rule up so that a similar situation now as was confronted by the court in the Tug Valley case would have a different result. And now the way the bill provides is not necessarily a conviction of a felony, but there be a felonious act either in the commission of a felony or whether they're fleeing from the commission of a felony and so forth. I might add that a number of states have adopted a wrongful conduct rule in some form. Ours is not the strictest by this bill, but it is stricter than what we adopted previously. Basically now a plaintiff's damages need only arise if they were suffered as a proximate result of the felony commission, uses that term as a term of art as used in negligence cases, and provides clear guidance on the element of causation. The elimination of the requirement that a person actually be convicted of the felony also broadens its application, and a bad actor, so to speak, a felon can still be barred from recovery even if he or she has escaped criminal punishment, but the proof of that felony has to be to the jury in the civil action. Now, one of the key triggers or key differences in this bill from the previous bill, it does allow a court to take into account that the individual has been convicted of the felony or entered a guilty plea or a plea of no contest, and that provides the court the opportunity to dismiss the case at an earlier stage. And those of you who are involved in the practice of law know that the way the case that came down from the Supreme Court, there was no way for a judge to basically end the case before it went to the jury on the comparative fault analysis, and therefore it sort of took on the taint of a sue and settle type case. In other words, if you were a defendant in that kind of case, you knew that you would have to employ counsel and go all the way through the trial and all pretrial proceedings up to the time the jury got the case before you'd have any opportunity to get out, and that could involve tens of thousands of dollars in defense costs. So that created the impetus to try to settle that case early on, regardless of whether or not you felt that you would ultimately prevail. So in this particular statute, we have given the judge the opportunity to dismiss the case if there's a guilty plea to a felony or a conviction of a felony or a plea of no contest. In other words, I'm not going to fight it. I'll be deemed guilty and just not fight the case. It also allows the defendant in those kind of cases to seek a stay of the lawsuit while the criminal proceedings are pending, so that, in other words, the criminal case can go forward before the civil case goes forward. There's also a provision in the bill that deals with the Medical Professional Liability Act to dovetail with the provisions in the main part of the bill dealing with comparative fault. It broadens the availability of a wrongful conduct defense to health care providers so as not to reward substance abusers, but it provides no relief to those health care providers if they actually violate the law in contributing to the problem. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my distinguished chair of the judiciary yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Mr. Chairman, the incident that is giving rise to our need to change this bill that we just enacted last year dealt with these individuals who had been taking drugs illegally and were suing, and we felt compelled to make it clear that they shouldn't be able to recover in that circumstance. Is that the long and the short of it?
I think that was certainly an impetus for the change, yes.
All right. Now, that is actually taken care of in the Article 7B, the second portion of the bill on page 4. Is that right?
Well, I'm looking at the strike and insert, so I'm not sure I'm tracking your language.
I'm looking at what I think is a strike insert. I got it from upstairs in the committee before I left.
On page?
Anyway, it's the second part of the bill. There are two code sections that are being dealt with. And
That's
the second
correct.
one deals with the MPLA, the
Correct.
Medical Professional Liability Act.
Yes, correct.
And so actually, what we've provided in that portion of the bill would eliminate what you've just talked about in terms of somebody being on drugs, illegally getting drugs, and then trying to sue their physician, et cetera, right?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. Now, in that section of the bill, we actually put a proviso that says that it's a bar unless the physician was acting illegally, breaking the law with regards to uniform controlled substances. Is that accurate?
Yes, there's a provision that if the physician is acting in violation of state or federal law in the dispensation or prescription of the drug, yes, that would be a bar.
All right. So now I want to go back to the first part of the bill that goes back to our comparative fault bill from last year. And I want to talk a little bit or ask you a few questions about the changes that are in that bill. When we passed that bill last year that was separate from the MPLA, we put a provision in there that made it a bar to recovery if a plaintiff who claimed injuries had actually been convicted of a felony. Is that right?
That is correct.
Or attempting to flee from a felony as well. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Now, we've changed that this year in this new bill. Is that right?
We've dispensed with the proof of conviction of a felony, yes.
All right. And to be convicted, you have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Is that
In a
fair?
criminal case, that's fair, yes.
All right. But in this bill, what we're now going to only require is that it be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. Is that right?
In a civil case, that is correct, yes.
And the difference in that is, for the non-lawyers in the group, I mean, in a criminal case, beyond a reasonable doubt means it's kind of like this evidence down here, and the prosecutor's evidence is clear up here. Fair enough?
That's certainly fair, yes.
In a preponderance of the evidence type case, though, it only has to be slightly more evidence on one side than on the other. Is that fair?
That's also true.
Now, and so that's one of the things we've changed is that if they can prove by preponderance of the evidence that the defendant was attempting to flee from the commission of a felony, then he's absolutely barred, and so is his family or his personal representative if he's killed. Is that fair as well?
Yes.
Now, let me take a specific scenario under this new provision that we have. If a 16-year-old is like at a warehouse facility or a chained-in yard, and that juvenile is in the yard, and let's say he's there to try to steal, and that would be a larceny, and if it's a certain amount, it would be a felony larceny. And he gets spooked, and so he climbs the fence, and he starts to run away. And the security guard for that company sees him and decides to shoot him in the back as he's fleeing. Under this bill, if they prove by preponderance of the evidence that he was trying to steal something, that security guard would have, and his employer, would have absolute immunity from civil damages, correct?
From civil damages?
Yes, sir.
Apart from any criminal charges that might be filed against the guard, if that was the proximate cause of the injuries that the young man suffered, then, as I understand the operation of the bill, yes.
Well, and we don't require that it be the sole proximate cause, just as long as somebody says, well, look, if you hadn't been there trying to steal this, you wouldn't have got shot in the back. That's pretty close to proximate cause, isn't it?
It could be a proximate cause, yes.
All right. And a judge could find that under this statute
He could, yes.
and dismiss the case, correct?
Could, yes, he could.
And he could do that even if the youngster pled no contest. In other words, if he lived and he were charged with the crime and he just said no contest and he pleads, he takes a plea to get a lesser sentence, he could do that, right?
That conviction would bar him, yes.
Okay. With regards to the security guard, though, if he were charged with malicious wounding or voluntary manslaughter, and he pled no contest, he would still not be subject to civil damages. Is that fair to say?
If he pled no contest to, what was the charge?
Manslaughter or malicious wounding, a felony malicious wounding, he would have no civil liability, even though he could go to jail for what he did. Is that
yes,
fair?
He'd go to jail, but probably not be able to be sued, yes.
And one other difference here is that in normal civil damage cases, when a defendant in a case, let's say he pleads, let's say that the defendant in a civil case is driving drunk, and he goes left of center, and he strikes somebody head on, and he pleads no contest to drunk driving. His plea of no contest is not even admissible in that civil case against him. Is that fair?
I think that's the rule, yes. I believe
All right.
that's correct.
So essentially, we're treating somebody who got hurt by a different standard than we're treating the person who may have committed a crime and hurting them. We're treating them differently, aren't we?
Well, I think it could turn out differently, yes. You know, I think the proximate cause issue is a real live issue in the scenario that you've
Well, and of course, that's what we deal with here is trying to write bills so that we don't have these bad, unintended results. Is that fair?
I think that's the hope, yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Permission to speak to the bill when it's time.
Gentleman may proceed.
You know, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite frankly hard to get up here and vote against a bill that contains this kind of a provision about a drug dealer who's getting drugs from a physician and shouldn't be allowed to sue them. And while I personally agree with most of that, except with regards to when the physician's been convicted or has violated the law, the other part of this bill is very troubling, and it's creating two different sets of circumstances, two different standards, and I think it's hard to justify that. I mean, how can you logically justify a set of circumstances where a no contest plea by a defendant in a civil case is not admissible against that defendant, but it is admissible to bar the plaintiff? I mean, there's no logic. It's completely unfair. How can we justify allowing somebody who commits a crime to receive immunity, which is essentially what we're talking about, because the person who he shot or injured may or may not have been involved in a crime, but they only have to be proved by preponderance of the evidence. It's just bad policy. And as much as I like the second part of this bill, the first part does irreparable damage to our system. And it was a portion of the bill that is not necessary. We didn't need to do that to address the situation with the drug seekers, because that's taken care of in the second part of this bill. For those reasons, I have to vote no. I think it'd be very difficult to explain somewhere down the road why I voted yes on this kind of a bill. I urge rejection for that reason.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from 36, Delegate Rowe.
Would the gentleman from Judiciary yield for a
Chairman
question?
yields.
Yes.
Are misdemeanors anywhere in the bill?
No.
I'm having trouble finding what we're voting on. When I go into my bills, the engrossed Senate bill, the engrossed committee substitute.
Excuse me, I misspoke. There is in the MLPA portion of the bill, there is a reference to a violent misdemeanor.
Okay.
I think that's the only reference in the bill.
So my question is the bill that we're voting on the engrossed bill that's on the system today?
It's the strike and insert amendment, which we approved here in the session.
But it's been converted into the engrossed Senate bill? It carries the amendment in the medical malpractice section that was voted in judiciary. I'm just having trouble. I don't see the strike and insert, but the engrossed bill, just want to be sure that I know which version I'm voting on.
To the gentleman, if I could, when it's a Senate bill, we do not engross the bill and it become the bill. So you need to look at the strike and insert amendment. That is what we would be voting on. What's in the system as a strike and insert amendment because it's a Senate bill.
Well, I've been looking at amendments and I didn't see the strike and insert either. I guess I just don't understand how to
It's on there.
use this.
It's referred to as HJUD AM 2-15 number 2.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th wish to close debate. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think the question is whether or not we can come up with a situation that might stretch the limits of the bill. I'm thinking any creative person, especially someone as creative as the gentleman from the 50th, can come up with a scenario that makes you scratch your head about whether the bill works perfectly. The policy we're really looking at is whether somebody who breaks the law should be able to profit or be compensated for that misconduct. As I indicated earlier, we have not embraced the most stringent of the tests that would bar that type of conduct. There are some rules that basically say if you're guilty of an immoral or illegal act, this wrongful conduct rule would bar your recovery. Our rule is not, in this bill, is not near that stringent. But it does recognize that if you commit a felony, then our court system is not open to you to recover money for it, whether it's for drugs or any other purpose. Certainly in the drug scenario, on the opposite side of the bad case scenarios, we can look at that case out of Mingo County and all say, how in the world could that have happened? But in any case, basically, if you commit a felony, you shouldn't be able to use the courts of this state to recover money for it. And that's what the bill does, and I recommend that you pass it.
The gentleman has closed debate. For what purpose, the gentleman from 36 seek recognition?
I was just going to inquire of the gentleman because I was able to locate the strike and insert on my computer.
The gentleman has been recognized to close debate, and there was no one seeking recognition at that time. The question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This vote is on Senate Bill 7, establishing
Has
wrongful
each member
conduct rule prohibiting recovery of
The
damages.
result. On that question, 87 ayes, 12 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 7.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question before the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 387, shared animal ownership agreements to consume raw milk.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3087 is shared animal ownership agreements to consume raw milk. This bill allows for herd sharing. It permits individuals to share ownership in a milk-producing animal for the purposes of being able to consume raw milk. The bill requires that a written agreement between both parties when a person acquires a percentage of ownership. This agreement includes that the responsible party acquires a percentage ownership interest in the animal. The responsible party also agrees to pay for a portion of the animal's care and boarding. The responsible party is also entitled to receive a fair share of the raw milk produced by the animal. The responsible party also signs a written agreement acknowledging the inherent dangers of consuming raw milk. And also the responsible party must agree not to distribute or resell the raw milk received from the agreement. The signed agreement is then filed by the herd seller with the Department of Agriculture. Now, once this is executed, the agreement must be filed with the Commissioner of Agriculture by the herd seller. It must include names, addresses, and phone numbers of the herd seller and any party who has executed an agreement with the herd seller. This is provided so that all parties may be contacted in the event of an illness. The herd seller is also required to meet state and federal standards set by the state veterinarian for animal health requirements pertaining to the milk-producing animals. Individuals who become aware of an illness directly related to consuming raw milk, or any physician who is made aware of an illness directly related to consuming raw milk, are required to report the illness to both their local health department and the Department of Agriculture. The Commissioner of Agriculture is then required to contact and warn others who have herd sharing agreements for animals in the same herd. Violations of this section are also punishable by an administrative penalty, which may be imposed by the Commissioner of Agriculture of not more than $100. Now, rulemaking authority was also given to the Department of Agriculture, who may, in consultation with the Department of Health and Human Resources, propose rules for legislative approval. I may note that Senate Bill 30 last year was related to this. It passed the House by an 81-19 margin. I urge passage.
Would other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I understand from the bill that all control has been ceded to the Department of Agriculture, not the Department of Public Health. Can you explain why they did that?
It was just because we felt they were in control with the veterinarian part to control that, and they were in consultation with the HHR and Public Health.
In consultation, but yet they yield control.
Yeah, they have control, but they would also report to that if there are any incidents.
Certainly. Do you know of other states that cede control of this issue to the Department of Agriculture?
I don't know specifically if all the other states do that or if they're in conjunction with it, but that could probably be found out. We don't have a date on that.
Okay.
But there may be some variation of that.
Oh, I'm sure that there are. The fine, if there were to be one, was $100?
Up to $100 per violation.
And that would be a violation determined by the Department of Agriculture?
Correct.
Okay. Is it your considered opinion, sir, as a physician, that phrase that says there is a possibility of injury, that you have to acknowledge that?
It would be
I'd be interested in your determination of whether you feel that is enough.
My personal opinion is that yes, it is enough that they have informed consent and they understand those risks.
Okay. All right. I'll yield for a moment, sir, and I'll probably come back for discussion.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I would urge passage of this bill. Guys, we're not talking about legalizing marijuana or anything like that. We're simply talking about milk. I mean, the agreements that are signed between these parties, there's plenty of them. It's very clear that there's a danger to consuming it if you do so, even though it's very minuscule. This is probably the most restrictive sharing bill that I can think of. And as a hobby farmer myself, I would urge adoption.
Lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, 48 million foodborne illnesses a year in America, 128,000 hospitalizations due to foodborne illnesses. that result in 3,000 deaths. 2 decades have passed without a single death from raw milk. Oysters are consumed less than raw milk, yet 15 or more people die each year from consuming raw oysters, yet we don't outlaw those. 30 people die each year from eating eggs. I eat eggs almost every morning. 30 people die each year from eating eggs. Percentage-wise, raw oysters are far more dangerous than raw milk. In 2015, candied apples hospitalized 334 people and killed 7. In 2014, soy sprouts killed 2 people. In 2013, Crave Brothers Farmstead Cheeses, a pasteurized dairy product, hospitalized 6 people with 1 death. In 2012, Frescanolina Marta brand ricotta salata cheese, a pasteurized dairy product, hospitalized 20 people with 4 deaths, according to the Chicago Tribune. In 2011, 29 people died from eating cantaloupe. 2009, 9 people died from eating peanuts. 2007, 9 people died from eating spinach. There were 300 deaths per year from listeria, and the most prevalent forms are from lunch meats and soft, unaged cheeses. 0 cases of listeria are documented from raw milk. Approximately 10 million people drink raw milk each day in the United States, and in 2 decades, 0 deaths. West Virginians are consuming raw milk. They're consuming it. If you own the farm and you own the cow, you can drink the raw milk without government intervention. The Department of Agriculture is not involved. The Department of Public Health is not involved. You can just drink the milk from the cow if you're a farmer. Yet if you don't have a farm and you live in an apartment or in a subdivision that does not allow you to have farm animals, you are prohibited from West Virginia state government from being able to have the same liberty to drink a glass of milk than a farmer has. That's a disparity, ladies and gentlemen. West Virginia raw milk drinkers, they go to Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky where there are no government interventions on herd share. You can cross the border and get raw milk. Even Maryland allows for raw milk pet sales. There's many products that remain legal in West Virginia that have presented true dangers. Tobacco's still legal, yet we keep talking about how dangerous it is. Artificial sweeteners, certain legal drugs are dangerous. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill has been discussed for several years. Let's get this out of the House, back to the Senate for a House message. Let it go to the governor. If you're against it, vote against it. But if you're for liberty and food freedom, vote for it. It's about food freedom and it's about liberty. I'm going to close with a quote from one of our presidents, Thomas Jefferson. And he said very wisely, "If people let government decide what food they eat and what medicine they take, their bodies will soon be in as a sorry state as the souls of those who live under tyranny." Mr. Speaker, I urge a green vote on this bill. Thank you.
Lady from the 36th, Dr. Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields. Gentleman yields.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I hear correctly that the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Health will promulgate rules?
Department of Agriculture in consultation with Department of Health and Human Resources.
In your estimation as a physician, should the rare incident occur, and how quickly do you think that reporting process that will be established will be able to identify where the milk came from, who got the milk, how many other people got the milk? How quickly do you think that will be?
I believe it could be fairly quickly. Certainly an individual that may come down with an illness might not report something, but if they end up in the emergency room or the physician's office, they're supposed to report that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 3rd, Dr. Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This could quite possibly be the shortest thing I will say on the floor. I used to drink a lot of milk. I think that's possibly why I'm 6 feet tall. However, last year I started working with a nutritionist who explained to me the allowable percentage of pus that's in pasteurized milk, and I haven't had any since. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, gentleman from the 27th wish to close debate? Good. Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Purdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone here knows, there's no question, that I'm opposed to this bill. And I want to give you my grounds one more time. I know it won't change the vote at all. I would hope, though, that we don't make this a humorous situation. It is not. It has never been that, and it is not in states that have raw milk, because they do have outbreaks. People do get sick. The thing about the people who get sick, and they will tell you this, the healthy people will recover. But what about older folks and kids whose immune systems are compromised? What about them? What about them? One of the biggest reasons I oppose this bill, it sounds very narrow, you know. It's as narrow as the slit in the tent that the camel's nose went under. Because in testimony last year, one of the proponents of this bill said their aim is to allow the sale of raw milk throughout the state of West Virginia in retail stores. Earlier it was stated some things about various items that cause illness and how they cause much more illness. Peanuts, for instance. You do realize there are a whole lot more peanuts consumed in West Virginia than there is raw milk or cantaloupes or anything else. You have to take into consideration, yes, people do drink raw milk, but it is relatively limited. The other thing that really frustrates me is we bring this down and suggest it's an issue of freedom. It's freedom we're talking about here, freedom to do whatever you want. Well, folks, that means we need to get rid of all the public health laws. Smoking in buildings. We need to get rid of all of those. That's what's being said. And the troubling thing about that is your right to be sick ends where my right to be healthy begins. That's why we have public health. In this particular case, this bill has been transferred, the responsibility for it really has been transferred to the Department of Agriculture, which doesn't have the immediate influence on the public health that the Public Health Department has. That is an onerous mistake. Again, I'm quite sure nothing I can say will change anything at this point. This is why when it moved before our committee, I wasn't there and it was moved without any debate. People have become convinced that science is not good. The CDC and the FDA both say this is a bad idea. The most renowned scientists in the United States provably have said this is a bad idea. And yet, we're going to, once again, we're going to rebut science. We're going to say that science is bunk. I know what's good for me, and I don't care what that doctor, that scientist, that academician, that researcher says. I don't care. I don't care. I want to do this. I need to have the freedom to do this. Again, once more, your freedom to be sick ends where my freedom to be healthy begins. Thank you.
John from 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I honestly was not going to speak on this today. I believe last session when it came up, I voted against it. I got up and spoke against it. But I came in with an open mind today, and after listening to several remarks and delegates that spoke to the bill, it would be hard for me to justify my opinion on raw milk if we're talking about liberty and freedom, because the same arguments could be made for decriminalizing marijuana.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill before I recognize the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to close debate. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are a couple of things I'd like to clarify on this. What this does allow is that a person can enter into an agreement to share a cow or sheep or other milk-producing animal. It's expected to be limited to a few. It's not expected to be major dairy farms. It's just mainly for people that want to go into it together and be able to do that. So the adverse effects would most likely be very limited. Now, granted, there are infections that could be a result of raw milk, as with most foods that we have. Processing of food is the key thing. The pasteurization of the milk does get rid of many bacteria, but it also may get rid of some components of milk that may prevent infections, such as antibodies, through the process. I would submit to you that you have a greater risk of getting some of the same infections, some of the same bacteria, particularly E. coli, Salmonella, Listeria, brucellosis, things like that, from eating things like meats. Many people eat raw steaks, raw meat, raw hamburger meat, great chance of E. coli with that. Poultry, we're all very aware of Salmonella, particularly with turkeys during Thanksgiving time. Fish, sushi bars, puffer fish is something that people eat as a delicacy. It is fatal to people if they have the wrong type because of the toxin that's in it. Water, most of the symptoms of like hemolytic uremic syndrome, which the gentleman from the 19th reported last year, which is one of the serious sequelae, particularly in children and adults under 20, is one of the things that you can get from water. We just had an episode a couple of years with the Kanawha. They're having issues up in Flint, Michigan. They also had problems out in Colorado with the mines. There's different things that could be in their contaminants. We're all exposed to those things, and in greater percentages than what you're going to get from raw milk. I would note that some of the things that you can get from these same infections, you would outlaw things like deli meats, where Listeria can affect pregnant women. I doubt that the gentleman from the 19th would outlaw things like pregnancy and also oral contraceptives, because that can also cause hemolytic uremic syndrome in a greater percentage than raw milk does. So you have to put it in perspective as far as the numbers. Yes, there are potential serious infections. Yes, people can potentially die. But as I mentioned last year, most of the things we're exposed to every day can do the same thing. So you have to put it in perspective and look at the big picture. Now, many other countries allow raw milk and raw cheeses to be produced from milk products. In France, it's blasphemy if you don't use raw milk to produce the cheese, particularly blue cheese, Roquefort. England has their own type of raw milk. It's called top green or green top milk. Germany also allows it. A number of states, about 28 states, allow it. We have 4 states that also allow herd sharing. Our neighboring states, Ohio and Virginia, also allow that. We haven't been getting significant reports from them saying that there's adverse effects from raw milk. So until we start seeing that, then we should intervene. I think this is appropriate, and I urge passage. Thank you.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. In that question, 88 ayes, 11 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 387.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the titles read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Refer to bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2795, providing that when a party's health condition is at issue in a civil action, medical records and releases for medical information may be requested and required without court order.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Doggett Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope it's not a bad omen that we've scheduled a bill dealing with medical records right after the raw milk bill. This bill deals with the production of medical records and medical billing records in civil actions. The bill provides a process that allows a party in a lawsuit to request and obtain medical records, releases for medical records from another party when someone's medical condition is at issue. It allows a party to send a request for medical records for a medical records release that is in compliance with state and federal law, such as the HIPAA law, and allows the other party to object. If releases are provided, it requires the requesting party to copy the other side on any request sent to healthcare providers, and also requires that party to provide copies of all records received. The bill mandates that medical records be kept confidential once obtained by a party. They can be disclosed to certain usual players in the litigation, such as experts, consultants, and the insurance carrier, but all of those who receive them must keep them confidential. Consent must be given before the records are disseminated to anyone else. Confidential maintenance of medical records by insurance carriers is also addressed. The insurance carriers must confidentially maintain the records in accordance with state and federal law, including the West Virginia Code of State Rules, which are entitled Privacy of Consumer Financial and Health Information. No additional restrictions or conditions are permitted to be imposed on carriers beyond the provisions of an applicable insurance policy or existing privacy laws governing insurance carriers. Finally, the new rule is not to be construed to affect existing discovery rules contained in the West Virginia Rules of Civil Procedure, nor to limit a party's right to object to the production of medical records. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 78 ayes, 21 nays, 1 member absent, not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2795.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4001 relating to candidates or candidate committees for legislative office disclosing contributions.
Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the members may remember, we started talking about this bill yesterday, and there was some question as to whether or not an amendment had been left out of the bill dealing with when the effective date would be come into play. And I think both the gentleman from the 20th and I were of the same opinion as to whether the Judiciary Committee had included that date. But upon further review of the minutes of the meeting and further reflection, we've concluded that it was not necessary. And frankly, if I'd been thinking a little clearer, I would have realized that because the bill doesn't come into effect until 90 days after passage, this session will be long over, and so it couldn't possibly affect this session. But just to recap quickly, the bill basically does not prohibit anything. It's a disclosure bill intended to create increased transparency and hopefully restore some level of trust in government. If you receive a contribution during a session, or if the governor does, or a member of his cabinet, of greater than $250 or greater, you have 10 days to basically disclose that in a form that the Secretary of State is going to provide. And furthermore, if you do a fundraiser during the legislative session, and that can be a special session or a regular session, but not an interim meeting, then you have 10 days to disclose that as well on one of these forms. And basically, the Secretary of State is directed to publish this within 1 business day after they receive the form. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 95 ayes, 4 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4001.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4360, increasing the criminal penalty for the unlawful practice of law.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 4360 increases the criminal penalties to persons for the unauthorized practice of law. Under current law, the penalty for violations of the unauthorized practice of law are specified in the statute as a conviction of a misdemeanor and a $1,000 fine. HB 4360 creates graduated penalties. A first offense is now punishable by a fine of up to $5,000 and 90 days in jail or both. Subsequent offenses will be punishable by a fine of up to $10,000 and 1 year in jail or both. In committee, a further amendment was added to ensure that the language would not be construed to prohibit lawyers from advertising their services or hiring someone to advertise those services, for example, purchasing commercial advertising products. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the first, Dahlia McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea what was the motivating factor behind this bill?
Yes, it's my understanding that there's at least one instance, and maybe more, of persons who are holding themselves out to the public as being able to offer legal services, represent persons in, for example, drafting documents, representing them with regard to family law matters, etc. And those persons are not lawyers. They're not members of the bar. And from discussions with the sponsor, there's been difficulty in the prosecutor in various areas undertaking the prosecution for what is currently the crime, because it is a misdemeanor with a small penalty. So the thought is, in order to prevent this from happening in the future, to enhance the penalty and give the prosecutor the ability to devote that, or the I guess the ability to devote resources to prosecuting it.
So those certain individuals that are not registered with the bar but practicing law, are they good at the law?
Are they good at the law?
Yeah, are they good at it?
I couldn't speak. I could not speak to their ability. I can tell you that what they're doing is currently illegal. It's currently the unauthorized practice of law, and this simply enhances the penalty for that.
So this bill would throw potentially guys that are pretty good at practicing the law in jail, right?
It would enhance the penalty on criminals who are currently holding themselves out to the public as lawyers when they are not.
So would you classify this in economic terms as protectionism?
Well, what I would do is refer the gentleman to the West Virginia Supreme Court language, and I would point out that under our system, the West Virginia Supreme Court has jurisdiction over determining whether or not someone is lawfully engaged in the practice of law. And so the West Virginia Supreme Court language has stated it is essential to the administration of justice and the proper protection of society that only qualified persons duly licensed be permitted to engage in the practice of law. It is harmful to the public interest to permit anyone to represent falsely that he or she is qualified to perform legal services. Further, the Supreme Court recognizes that unlicensed persons are excluded from the practice of law in order to protect the public from being advised and represented in legal matters by unqualified and undisciplined persons over whom the courts could exercise little, if any, control.
There's a statue out in front of the building, the guy that founded the GOP. Did he go to law school, by the way?
To my knowledge, President Lincoln did not attend law school, and I would point out that at that time, the course of action for lawyers was to read the law and then perform some type of an internship or mentorship with other lawyers in the community, and then they would be read into the bar. So they would be quizzed based upon their experience in reading the law. And I believe that's the process that Lincoln went through.
All right. Thank you.
John from the 10th, Doug Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would this prevent us, we who are in the legislature, from drafting laws and passing bills, putting them into law?
Certainly not, to the gentleman.
May I speak to the bill, please?
Mr.
Speaker, years ago, our county clerk used to write deeds, and he was better at it than any lawyer. But later on, I think we passed legislation where if you present a document that you have to put on the document who prepared the document so that the people would know whether you was an attorney or not. But I would say that and almost every practicing lawyer has paralegals and people who work in his office, and many of them do most of the work. Now, how are you going to decide whether the lawyer who is legally permitted to practice law did the work, or his paralegal, or his assistant? And, Mr. Speaker, for that reason, it's a fine line. And I don't want to tramp on people's toes who are now on that fine line practicing law when they shouldn't, because it's going to give more work to lawyers. So I'm opposed to this bill.
John from 63rd, Doug Folk.
Thank you. Would the Vice Chair continue to yield for a second?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
I'd be happy to.
Is it a requirement in every state that a lawyer be a member of the bar?
Oh boy, I don't know that I can speak to every state. I believe that it is a requirement that lawyers be a member of the bar. Now, I will caveat that in every state. I will caveat that with there are certain areas of law. For example, there are federal statutes that dictate, for example, in Social Security disability cases, that because it is a federal statute, the federal government has said that a non-lawyer advocate may represent someone in those situations, and this would have no effect on that provision. But generally, in each state, the Supreme Court or the bar of that state determines the unlawful practice, and it's my belief, and I may be wrong on that every state requires someone to be a member of the bar.
I believe California, you can go to a non-ABA approved law school. Does that sound like a fair statement?
I wouldn't have any direct knowledge about that, but I will say that there is a move toward non-traditional or non-recognized law schools, and each state has the ability through their bar to set whether or not an ABA accredited school is a requirement or not. And this bill obviously has nothing to do with that.
You said that there were some examples of people practicing law around the state without a license. Are any of those from Berkeley County? Are you aware?
Not that I am aware of.
Well, do you have to be a member of the bar in West Virginia to practice law?
You have to be a member of the bar in West Virginia to practice law, or be admitted what is called pro hoc vice by the Supreme Court for limited purposes of a specific case. So
yeah, pro hoc vice is for people that are out of state, that are lawyers in another state that want to practice, and they have to actually work under an attorney in West Virginia. Is that correct statement?
Correct, yes.
So would it be a fair statement to say that the bar in West Virginia is a closed shop?
I think that is an interesting analogy, and I wouldn't necessarily agree or disagree, but would just refer back to the fact that the Supreme Court has the ultimate authority in deciding who may practice law in West Virginia. And that is within their purview as a co-equal branch of government.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman may proceed.
You know, I believe this, in some respects, is a direct result of a fellow back in our county that in his day was one hell of an attorney, defense attorney. And he has now helped a lot of people he probably was one of the top 3 defense attorneys in the whole state. I won't mention his name, but most people in here that's been around law for a while probably know who I'm referring to. And this gentleman, within the last couple of years, was actually basically helping people in coffee shops, indigent people that didn't have the money to hire an attorney and weren't getting proper representation, because as most professions, not everybody's as good as maybe the best guy. So basically he was run on a rail by our prosecutor because he was causing serious problems because these people were coming and defending themselves in front of the court and winning. And I just think there's a lot of bills we're going to be taking up here soon that increase criminal penalties excessively, and this is just the beginning of them. I'm voting no.
Gentleman from the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman continue to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
A concern that was not addressed in committee is in regards to I think it's Rule 10 of the trial court rules, where second-year law students can practice under an attorney with permission of the Supreme Court. How will this bill play into that effect if with that rule that's already on the books?
I don't believe that this bill would have any effect whatsoever on the traditional allowances that the Supreme Court has made for second-year law students, paralegals, or support staff, are those persons who are operating under direct supervision of a barred attorney. And I think it just states that if they are engaged in the unauthorized or unlawful practice of law, that these penalties would apply. And I certainly think that in the gentleman's instance, that person would be engaged in the lawful practice of law as permitted by the Supreme Court.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 7th, Doug Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You can sit down, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Speaker and ladies and gentlemen of the chamber, what I'm about to say, I think will probably get crossways of the 20-odd lawyers or so that are in this chamber. And I used odd and 20, odd modifying the word 20, not the peculiarity of any one attorney. But I stand in opposition to this bill for the simple reason that nowhere have I been able to find or anyone tell me what the definition of practicing law is. Now, I had some of that discussion up in the judiciary, and the vice chair and I had some give and take. And if you look at the code, chapter 30, article 2, and it talks about all the qualifications you need to practice law, that's all fine. But it never anywhere in there does it define the practice of law. If I go to chapter 30, article 2A, which has to do with the licensure of medical doctors and surgeons, it very clearly defines what that is, but not in the practice of law. I was told that that practice of law is defined by the Supreme Court, and they get their power through West Virginia Constitution. Well, I went back and I read the Constitution last night. And it says in there that in the judicial part of it, a subparagraph that the Supreme Court certainly has the power to regulate and provide for the proceedings in the court. But he doesn't talk about what happens outside the courtroom, as best I can tell. Now, you can extrapolate that, and we obviously have done so. But when I asked the question of one of our attorneys about, let's say someone comes to me and I have a business of consulting on timber, and somebody says, well, should I enter into this sales contract on my timber? And I say, well, no, I think you ought to do this, this, and this. Am I practicing law or am I not? The response was, yeah, you're going to be practicing law, because I'm apparently getting paid for the fact that I know something about timber contracts. Now, what that raises a question in my mind is, what about a stockbroker? If I go to my stockbroker and I say, should I buy this stock or sell this stock, and he says, this is what you ought to do, and he takes a fee, is he practicing law? Generally, I think we do those transactions every day without a law license. So I think what we are doing in this bill is raising the penalty from $1,000, and there's already a penalty in the code, to $5,000 on something that we can't or are unwilling, perhaps. The unwillingness is probably more appropriate than the can't. We're unwilling to define. So if somebody would be willing to define the practice of law to me, like we have defined the practice of medicine, then okay, great. But we either, as I say, can't or haven't determined to do that. Now, I know there are 20-some lawyers in this room that will say, you're ridiculous. Everyone knows what practice of law is. And I kind of remember back in my days years ago in math class in Morgantown where the professor said, well, the solution to that is intuitively obvious. Well, when I was studying calculus, some of that stuff damn sure wasn't intuitively obvious to me at that point in time. So I'm not sure that we really know or are willing to define what the practice of law is. And I would challenge those of you in the law profession to try to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be voting red on this bill. Thank you very much.
Gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Will the Vice Chair yield? When do persons hire someone who is not qualified to do this for them?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
When do people hire folks that are not qualified to do this type of legal work for them?
When do persons hire people who are not qualified? I couldn't speculate as to the thought process of someone who hires someone who is not qualified. I think what the statute intends to speak to is a situation where a person who is a non-lawyer advertises themselves or holds themselves out as qualified to do legal work when they have not been determined by the bar to be qualified to engage in legal work.
Okay, what kind of people would hire somebody who's putting themselves out there without knowing that they have a good reputation, that they are qualified to do this type of work? And if that is happening, can you provide me with some examples of when that did?
Well, again, I can only speculate as to the mindset. However, I would say that generally in other states, we have seen instances where, for example, non-lawyers might offer services at a rate that is cheaper than a lawyer, so that they might be able to gather business where someone who would go to a lawyer and pay a higher rate. Again, I would say that the reason provided by the Supreme Court is the protection of those individuals, not just those individuals, but all of the citizenry with regard to whether or not they can exercise their constitutional rights when they enter the courtroom.
I'm sorry, say that last line again.
Whether or not they may be able to fully exercise or defend their constitutional rights when they enter into the courtroom.
Okay, but the most prevalent cases of when this happens is not going into a courtroom, correct? What you're saying, this is more so when somebody may have a document drawn up or something of that sort.
Well, I can't speak to prevalence, but I can say that every instance where there is where it is considered to be engaging in the practice of law, there are legal consequences and contractual constitutional consequences to each of those documents. So, for example, could somebody pay $25 on the internet and get a form for something? Absolutely, they can do that. The problem is that if there is someone who has set themselves up as a business, holds themselves out as an advocate, for example, and not an attorney, will they have the requisite legal knowledge and experience and understanding to enforce and protect the statutory and constitutional rights of those persons? And the Supreme Court, whose purview this falls within, has determined no, they will not.
Okay, all right. And I do realize that this bill does not concern whether it's illegal, but rather the amount of penalty. And I do appreciate you entertaining my questions.
Sure.
John from 67th, Douglas County.
Thank you. Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
The gentleman from Berkeley suggested that this bill was because there was a disbarred lawyer practicing in the Eastern Panhandle. I'm wondering if you're aware why the person was disbarred.
As I said to my friend from Berkeley, I'm not aware of that case, so I don't know the facts. I have been pointed to a couple of other instances that it's my understanding gave rise for the sponsors to introduce it, so I would certainly be interested in knowing that.
Would it surprise you to learn that he was disbarred after he used cocaine with his clients and counseled them on how to avoid detection of their cocaine distribution activity by law enforcement personnel? He went to prison and then was disbarred. Would it surprise you to learn that?
It would not surprise me to learn that he was disbarred for that activity. No, it would not. Would it surprise me that an attorney would engage in such activity? It would. It would not surprise me that he was subsequently disbarred for engaging in that activity.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 38th wish to close debate on the bill. Gentleman from 38.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to touch on a couple of points quickly. First of all, I think they're good questions, and obviously we all want to maintain a free market system for the competition of services. However, I would point out that we are not dealing here with whether or not a person may be a licensed professional engineer, for example, or a licensed medical doctor. What we're engaged in is a determination of whether or not someone is qualified to protect and defend and exercise a person's constitutional rights before the courts and the tribunals in this state. And I think that requires a higher level of scrutiny. And quite frankly, the court, over its long history, dating back as far as any of us can determine, has exercised complete and total purview over whether or not someone is authorized to engage in the practice of law. And so I would just point out to you, the Supreme Court has adopted a definition of the practice of law to my friend from the 7th. And I'll just read briefly from that. In general, one is deemed to be practicing law whenever he or it, speaking of organizations, furnishes to another advice or service under circumstances which imply the possession or use of legal knowledge and skill. And then it goes on to state more specifically, but without purporting to formulate a precise and completely comprehensive definition of the practice of law or to prescribe limits to the scope of that activity, one is deemed to be practicing law whenever one undertakes with or without compensation or whether or not in connection with another activity to advise another in any manner involving the application of legal principles to facts, purposes, or desires, or two, undertakes with or without compensation in connection with another activity to prepare for another a legal instrument. And then it goes on and lists several other instances. So I think I would just mention that we're not doing anything new. We're not changing what the current law is or what it has been for hundreds of years in this country with regard to who may practice law. What we're simply doing is saying that we want to provide an incentive or an option for prosecutors to be able to have a little more teeth when they go after persons who are engaged in this function. And for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I would urge passage of the bill.
For what purpose does the gentleman for 23rd seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may be way off base, but I want to request Rule 49 because I do from time to time buy and sell property, and I'm just wondering how that would affect writing up an agreement with somebody without a lawyer being involved.
To the gentleman, to the extent this bill would not change those standards as has been discussed, but to the extent that if you were to be found to have violated those standards, the penalty would be higher. It may have an effect on you, but it would be as a member of a class of anyone who might conduct that business, and therefore, the gentleman be directed to vote. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine.
This is House Bill 4360, increasing the criminal penalty for the unlawful practice of law.
If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 68 ayes, 31 nays, one member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4360.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4383, making individuals responsible for the costs relating to the filing of excessive false complaints.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 33rd, Douglas Hanshaw, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 4383 relates to the filing of false complaints with a state agency or department. So under our laws, many of our state agencies and departments are charged with a non-discretionary mandatory duty to investigate complaints called in to them by citizens. That process can be ripe for abuse. There are instances in which an agency or a department gets bombarded with a number of demonstrably false complaints, often from a single individual, and that results in a misuse of time and resources by the state agency. So House Bill 4383 puts in place a mechanism whereby the agency can make a discretionary finding that upon the filing of 3 or more false complaints from an individual in a 2-month period, the agency may suspend its obligation to respond to those complaints. The bill presents a definition for a complaint and presents a definition for a false complaint. It does not, however, relieve the duty of law enforcement to respond to complaints of health, safety, and welfare. And the bill authorizes an agency, upon a showing of multiple false complaints, to seek its costs and fees in a civil action. I urge adoption and passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. That question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, one member absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4383.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4388 relating to stroke centers.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Douglas Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4388 relates to stroke centers. This bill requires the Bureau for Public Health to identify certain hospitals as stroke centers based upon nationally recognized guidelines. The Bureau shall send a list of the stroke centers to EMS providers. It requires that the Bureau do legislative rules and that the Office of EMS shall develop protocols to triage and transport stroke patients to the appropriate facility in a timely fashion. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 17th, Elliot Warbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As sponsor of this bill, I'd like to rise and tell the body exactly what this is going to do to improve the health of our citizens. We're going to set up 3 levels of stroke centers, and the Secretary is going to work with our EMS to decide where the patients need to go, because the thing that I'll remind people with strokes, it's just like heart attacks, minutes matter. And this is a bill to effectively put our stroke patients on the same footing that we currently put our cardiac patients. So I'd strongly urge adoption of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4388.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Further bills.
House Bill 4470, expanding newborn testing to include adrenoleukodystrophy.
Question for the House is passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4470 is expanding newborn testing to include adrenoleukodystrophy. This bill just adds adrenoleukodystrophy as a testing to the list of testing for newborns. It's a very inexpensive panel. It's about $2 a person. It is something to identify newborns that may have that and provide for treatment at a later date for them. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation, and I'd ask for every member in the House to support this. This is a disease that affects children, but it can affect younger adults. And the disease is very debilitating, and currently there is a way that this disease can be treated if it's identified at a very young age, which of course at birth would be the earliest. And there's just a simple blood test, and if this disease is detected, then a bone marrow transplant can be done, and that is one of the treatments that will be very effective for this disease. This disease affects the nervous system and the brain and is very debilitating, and if a child is diagnosed with this between the ages of 4 to 10, they usually only have a life expectancy of 1 to 10 years. So I think this is something wonderful that we can do as preventative, and the earliest detection possible is when the baby is born, that this blood test is done, and then treatment can be given immediately, and we'll have great outcomes with this, and I ask for your support, and I appreciate the sponsor of the legislation and the chairman for putting it on the agenda. Thank you.
John from 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would, my good friend and colleague from Randolph, would like to thank her for her comments. Again, this is a bill that just expands by one test what we're doing to our newborn babies in this state to hopefully detect and prevent and treat a curable disease if found early. So I'd urge adoption of this bill. Thank you.
John from the 1st, Delegate McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair of the Health Committee yield for a quick question?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Yes. Trying to see something here. Is this a mandate on all newborn infants that this test is performed?
Just in the state. It would be for all newborns, yes.
Okay.
I believe other states are also adopting it.
Okay. Is this test already performed without the mandate?
No, it's not being performed without. And sometimes the sequelae of these disorders show up later in life, and then they're identified later. But sometimes it's too far progressed that you may not be able to treat it, particularly as the lady mentioned about bone marrow transplants. That's one of the last resorts. If you catch it early, you could use dietary supplements to prevent it from progressing.
All right. Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman from the 27th wish to close. Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? Gentleman from the 16th, your vote is not recorded. Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 1 nay, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4470.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
House Bill 4489 relating generally to human trafficking.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4489 strengthens the criminal laws relating to human trafficking. Last year, both the House and the Senate unanimously passed House Bill 2161 that amended the existing criminal provisions relating to human trafficking and established a commission to oversee related issues. The governor, however, vetoed the bill. Among the reasons cited by the governor was the creation of a new governmental commission and a lack of a fiscal note. The governor also referenced potential technical issues in the bill. Between that time and the beginning of this session, a coalition of advocates, along with the Supreme Court, worked tirelessly over many months to draft a new bill that addressed the governor's veto concerns. Among those was the bill's lead sponsor, the gentlelady from the 51st. House Bill 4489 is the result of this hard work and significantly revises our human trafficking laws to more appropriately prosecute and handle cases of human trafficking, the horror of which I hope none of us ever have to experience or come even close to. In particular, the bill repeals the existing law and replaces it with a new comprehensive article that covers a host of penalties and provisions, including higher penalties for crimes against children. Specifically, the bill makes it a felony to knowingly and willfully traffic a child. The bill makes that crime punishable by imprisonment of not less than 5 nor more than 20 years plus a fine. The penalty for an adult victim is imprisonment of not less than 3 nor more than 15 years and or a fine. The bill also makes it a felony to compel sexual servitude of a child and makes that crime punishable by imprisonment of not less than 5 nor more than 20 years and or a fine. The penalty if the victim is an adult is imprisonment of not less than 3 nor more than 15 years and or a fine. The bill also includes crimes and penalties relating to those that patronize a victim of sexual servitude. In addition to sexual crimes, the bill includes crimes and penalties related to forced labor as well as debt bondage. As with the sexual crimes, these are felony crimes with differing penalties for child or adult victims. The bill also sets forth provisions to assist in the prosecution of these cases, including the use of wiretaps, and allows for a mandatory minimum sentence of 3 years for those situations in which an individual recruits the victim from a youth shelter or recruits a child in foster care. Finally, given the governor's veto message, the bill does not include the establishment of a commission. However, it does authorize the Division of Justice and Community Services as an authorized agent to apply for and administer grants. It is the hope and intent that the coalition that has worked so hard to draft and finalize this bill will remain together and work in collaboration with the Division of Justice and Community Service to pursue grants to comprehensively fight the rising tide of human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The lady from the 51st, Dr. Pleshire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank my co-sponsors and the chairman and the speaker for helping us revive this bill that was vetoed by the governor. It's a really serious topic, and there has been a lot of work over several years to try to get this right. One of the most important things about last year's bill was the attempt to fix a problem in the bill that said it would only apply if there were more than one victim in 1 year. It was sort of a poison pill that was put into the bill, and I'm very thankful that that's going to be fixed. And the chairman was right. This bill focuses much more on the victim and on child victims, and includes provisions so that if a victim is I think one of the most horrible things is the idea that that a person would go to a foster care place, a domestic violence shelter, or a homeless shelter and try to recruit victims from those places where children are really very, very vulnerable. And I applaud the chairman and our committee for including that as an aggravating circumstance. It's unfortunate that we weren't allowed to include the commission in there, because that one gap that we still have are services for victims. I'd like you to put yourself in the place of someone who has been enslaved, because that's what this bill is about. It's about people that are slaves that are traded for money, and they're used over and over again. Unlike drugs, you can charge for a person who is a sexual slave or a labor slave over and over. And one of the things that we don't have in our state are services for those people. Those victims, most of whom are children, have been yanked out of their homes, out of their communities. They have no support system. And what we're eventually going to need is helping those people who feel ashamed, who feel that their situation is their own fault, is because that's what perpetrators do. They convince these people that it's their own fault that they're in that situation. We need to get the kind of counseling, the kind of housing assistance and job training so that those people can be independent, fully functioning citizens again. And we don't have that yet. That's something that another legislature will need to work on. But I am very grateful for everyone who has worked on this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to add a sponsor through inadvertence. The delegate from the 52nd District's name was not added after another sponsor who's no longer here is gone, and we may need to get his consent for that, but if that could happen, I would appreciate that.
To the lady, because we have the normal process in the rules, but because this bill has already passed the stage at which that can be done, it would be a unanimous consent request, as the lady has made. I would believe that the gentleman from 52nd would also need to make that unanimous consent request as well. And you, as the lead sponsor, and he, as the sponsor wishing to be added, would need to both make that request. So you have requested. Is there objection to having a sponsor added to the bill, as the lady from the 51st has requested? Chair hears none. The gentleman from the 52nd has unanimous consent that he be added as sponsor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection? Chair hears none.
Thank
you,
Mr. Speaker, and I was trying to think of a good enough adjective. I enthusiastically urge passage of this bill.
Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that we could probably get 99 more today.
I think he's the 11th.
97?
I think he is the 11th, is what I'm saying.
I've been mathematically challenged
so in
since
case anyone has an idea, I think he's the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is of particular interest to me because over the last number of years, many of us in the state and nationally have come to recognize that children in foster care are extremely high risk. Many of them transition out of foster care and then simply the females generally disappear. That's because the purveyors and the sex trade are waiting for them at the door. I think the efforts of the committee and for those who have sponsored this legislation have been extraordinary. I applaud those efforts. I wish we'd been able to do it before. I think there are young women who would be present in our society now who are not. I think that in the future, there'll be opportunities for young women as they leave foster care that they would not have had if we did not pass this legislation. I support it wholeheartedly.
Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the passage of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's pass this bill and urge the governor to sign it.
Question for the House is to pass the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4489.
Are the amendments to the title? Not the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4606.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo, and the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, be permitted to offer separate amendments on third reading on this bill.
The gentleman from the 58th asks the unanimous consent that the gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo, and the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, be permitted to offer separate amendments on third reading to the bill. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Are there amendments?
Delegate Caputo moves to amend the bill. This is HFA Caputo 2-23.
Gentleman from the 50th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to begin by thanking you for slowing down the bill a day and the leadership for giving me time to prepare an amendment and working with the chairman. But unfortunately, we couldn't come to terms, so I'm going to offer my amendment today, and I apologize to the membership for not catching it on second reading as well. But what my amendment does, it removes a prohibition for Class 4 municipalities, which will allow people who work in those municipalities, we all have them in our districts, to also serve their community, such as town council positions, such as mayor's positions, without any conflict to the code. They're doing that now. It's happening all across the state of West Virginia, and these are good folks, and I've talked to the Municipal League about this. Many charters provide an exemption for this. Many mayors and council people run water plants and sewage plants for their community, and many chiefs of police also hold various council positions in the state. You know, we're West Virginia. We're small town America. And some of these little communities, sometimes you just can't get folks to run for these council positions. And when someone's that dedicated and they want to hold these positions, I think we should allow that. Now, there will always be some recusals of votes for pay and personnel issues such as that. But I think it's just good government. I think it's good people who's asking to do this. And again, this only is for Class 4 municipalities that have a population of under 2,000. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the right to close debate.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott. Gentleman from the 50th yield? Gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Appreciate it. As I read your amendment, you basically are allowing a blanket exception for city council members and mayors in a city of less than 2,000 or less to be employed by that same city. Is
That's correct.
that fair to say?
That's correct.
So, for instance, in your amendment, if I were one of those people, I was elected mayor, I could also be hired as, say, city manager or some other city planner for $50,000, $60,000 a year. Is that fair to say?
Well, I don't know that many of these Class 4 municipalities have those type of jobs. I'm more referring to the guy who picks up the garbage and the guy who fixes the potholes. Could that happen if they have that big of a payroll? I guess maybe it could. I mean, I'm sure ethics commissions would review that, but that's not what I'm geared for here, Mr. Chairman, as you know, in our discussion.
But theoretically, that could happen, as well as all the other council members could also be employed by that same city, could they not?
Well, I guess that, if you want to get into hypotheticals, sure. I mean, I don't think we should scare the membership into thinking that small towns across West Virginia is going to hire every city councilman at $50,000 a year jobs either. Because I think we both know that's not factual.
But it could happen in not necessarily $50,000 jobs. They could all be city employees and run the city, could they not?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that exemption applies now, and I don't see a problem with it across West Virginia. At least I haven't heard of any problems to that effect. I mean, there's a lot of city charters that allow that right now.
I don't think under the Ethics Act that doesn't apply now, unless perhaps in a city charter, but would you agree it's not a prohibition?
Well,
that's what this bill does, isn't it?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what the bill does. It adds that prohibition because it isn't there now.
That's correct. But in my conversations with the Municipal League, it was indicated to me that many small communities, such as the Class 4 municipalities that I'm trying to reach, already have employees. Many have employees that serve in a capacity as town council or chief of police or what have you.
Okay, thank you. At the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to the gentleman's motion.
Gentleman may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I certainly appreciate the scenario that the gentleman from the 50th has raised, and that's one reason we we asked that this bill be carried over a day, be postponed a day so we could address it, and we have made some effort to do so. I just frankly do not believe that this amendment is the appropriate way to address it. It simply opens an area possibly for abuse and creates a distinction between a city with 2,000 residents and one with 1,999 residents. It seems to say that it might be okay to self-deal, to be in a position to have a conflict of interest if you're in a city of 2,000, but not if you're in a city of 2001. We have another amendment that will be addressing the process that is permitted in the. I think we raised this issue yesterday. There is an exemption provision in the Ethics Act, and the amendment which will be offered after this amendment will beef that up in cases of situations like this, but make it available to all cities, not just one that's 2,000 or less. In appropriate circumstances, the same exemption process should be available if you have 2,001 residents as opposed to just 2,000. So accordingly, although I applaud the gentleman's intent and I understand the problem, I think there's a better way to address this, and I urge rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman from the first, Doug McGeehan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman from Marion please yield for a question?
Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
Sir, did you, the chart, the stapled paperwork I got on my desk, is that from you?
Yes, sir.
And this lists all the municipalities classified as a Class 4 municipality in the state?
According to the West Virginia Municipal League, yes.
Pretty much all these municipalities, I think maybe 80% of them are well under 1,500 in population.
That's correct.
And it's very difficult to get people to serve in some of these positions in some of these small towns.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from 22nd, Delegate Moffett.
A question for the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 27th yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
I'm looking at the two amendments, this amendment and the next one, and do they conflict at all? It appears they're on different pages and different parts of the code, but you mentioned that your amendment might fix the situation, whereas you didn't think this one did. Am I understand that correct?
I think the amendment that is proposed is narrower than the amendment that I proposed. The amendment that we're considering now is an open-ended, broad exemption without regard to whether there's a need for it. The amendment that will be offered following this basically fleshes out the exemption process that would be available to any city, whether it's 2,000 or 2,100 or 5,000 or whatever, and it allows the Ethics Commission to take into account the lack of qualified candidates to run for the positions or to be appointed to the position. So I don't think it's technically a conflict, but I do think the Second Amendment is a better way to approach the problem.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if someone from Fayette County can answer how Thurman operates now, I don't understand how they do it with 5 people. So it's, I don't know if a delegate from Fayette County can attest to what goes on now with Fayette County and the city of Thurman with 5 people. How do they operate? If someone would yield.
The gentleman, does that gentleman have a particular person he's asking to yield?
Any delegate from Fayette County that might have knowledge of how the operations go, if someone exists.
The gentleman from the 32nd Delegate Fast, yield. Gentleman yields.
I do not yield because I don't know.
The gentleman stood, so I assume the gentleman yielded.
Thank you, my friend from Fayette, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anyone else that doesn't know and doesn't want to yield? Okay. Gentleman from the 13th Delegate Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would probably have to vote against the gentleman from the 50th Amendment, and I want to give you a little reasoning why. I have a town in my district I'm not going to mention, but the mayor, he was also the police chief. All right, he's the mayor, the police chief, and he lived in Ohio. So I think we probably ought to vote for this bill and strike down the amendment. Thank you.
John from the 13th Delegate Ely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I too have that town in my district, as the gentleman and I represent the same district. And as we probably know, living in Ohio and serving in West Virginia is illegal, and that might address the gentleman's situation. I do rise in support of the amendment from my friend from the 50th. I think that the amendment does not even address all the situations that I think this is going to harm, this bill could harm. The example that I mentioned yesterday, in my town, we are a Class 3 city. And granted, we did have qualified candidates to fill the ballot. I will make that clear. We did have people. But at the same time, a Class 3 city, under 4,000 people, we're still a small town. And in a small town, people know where people work. And in the case of the gentleman that I mentioned yesterday who was on city council, had already been employed by the city for many years, people, when they went to vote, they knew what this guy did. Everybody knew what this guy did. There was no conspiracy or anything like that, somebody trying to line his own pockets. And I will say that the ethics law that's already in place prohibited that person from voting on any type of matter that would affect his compensation or other terms of his employment. And so in those situations, he was able to recuse himself from voting. And I think that process worked well. The person served admirably on our city council. And I'm grateful that the gentleman's amendment does get those small towns out of the below 2,000 people out of that pickle. Like I said, it doesn't go address my situation, but I do think it helps. I don't think the next amendment speaks to that either, but I guess we can address that when the time comes. So for all those reasons, I urge adoption of the gentleman's amendment. Thank you.
John from the 53rd, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You probably never dreamed to hear me say this, but I support the gentleman's amendment. I look at this list, and every one of the towns in my district's in this list. I mean, I don't even have a stoplight in my district, and I got one of the biggest single-member districts in the state, so it is a problem in my district of trying to get people to run for city council, mayor, whatever. And in fact, they even tried to get me to run for mayor, so you know how hard up they are for candidates. So I believe it's a good compromise and addresses some of the issues that these small towns have. So for them reasons, I am going to support the amendment.
I'm afraid that we are out of time for our legislative coverage today on the West Virginia channel. I will tell you that House Bill 4606, the amendment by Delegate Caputo, did pass, and so did the bill at 96-2. This concludes today's broadcast of the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia channel. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 with more action from the floors of the State Senate and House of Delegates. The Legislature Today, our nightly broadcast of legislative news and information, airs at 6:30 and 11:30 every weeknight on West Virginia PBS. The program also can be heard on public radio weeknights at 6:30. The Legislature Today is repeated weeknights at 10 and weekday mornings at 6:30 here on the West Virginia channel. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.